Chapter 16.
Dispatch, we have another rip in progress at 3rd and Main, over.
Understood, Baker 3. Can you provide more information? Over.
Big rip in the space-time continuum? Not sure what you want me to say, Dispatch. It's a rip. No one is dead yet, so we can get it closed. Over.
Viral transcript of a radio call from a police officer to dispatch. It's more of an idea. Cori comes home and tells us about the meetings and what the problems are. Sable shrugged, but her facial expression wasn't casual. From what I gather, the denizens aren't super creative and don't really think outside the box. Cori needs some time to heal and rest up. That means the magic needs to be used, so it isn't bursting out at the seams. I'm going to give them something to do with the excess. Sable cut a piece of fish off and moaned in pleasure as she put it in her mouth and chewed.
Caroline, you were correct. This is delicious.
Told you. He still watched me eat more than ate himself. A minute later, I heard a ping.
Freya is with me.
Then a slash of pain, and the two of them walked in. Freya was looking around the house with an inquiring look. Her wings were not in evidence, but she still had an aura about her that drew everyone's attention. I watched her and saw the second she registered my presence. Her eyes widened and her face went immobile.
Are you dying? Have you brought me here to claim you?
Her question brought the room to a halt. I choked. I don't think so. Wow, I look that bad? Yes, half the room chimed. I sighed and put more soup in my mouth.
If not, then what requires my presence?
She looked at all of us, her eyes pale but somehow seeing more than I was comfortable with. Sable spoke up first. That would be me. You're the chair, right? The person who says what gets done in the realms? Freya let a quick laugh slip out.
I doubt anyone can claim that, but I am the one that can guide and focus efforts. Why?
Sable focused on the Valkyrie, and I blinked at the set of her shoulders and jaw. Of the two of them, Sable tended to roll with the flow, but when she decided to be stubborn, it was like pulling someone out who was stuck in quicksand. From what Cori says, the magic is overflowing, and that flooding is why we are having troubles. Why she looks like that. Too many mages are dying because the realms can't absorb the magic. They weren't questions, but she waited for an answer. Freya nodded.
Yes, that is why we need the Herald to figure out how to stop this.
I swear half the room ground their teeth at that, and I almost laughed. Instead, I kept eating. I was full, but right now every calorie I got in was important as my body was burning through them faster than was healthy. Sable glared at Freya. Well, if she can't get some recuperation time, she's going to die before that happens, and then we are all fucked. Another choked laugh slipped out at that, but Sable didn't glance my way. Caroline leaned against me, a soft rumble, and I knew he was congratulating himself on smart queens.
Sable, do you have a suggestion?
Freya didn't sound confrontational, which was better than Brix would have been.
Yes, actually. I assume you've seen the pocket realm Cori created to hold the nuke.
Freya swallowed hard but nodded, her eyes drifting to me too often. Excellent. Duplicate it. Make as many pocket realms as you can, empty and barren of magic, and have Tersane dump the magic in there. Why stick to the existing ones? Create new areas and just dump. Have the other lords do the same thing anywhere the magic is pooling, and looks like it might break through. The room went silent, and Esmir and Freya stared at Sable, then turned to look at each other.
Would that work?
Freya asked, focused on Esmir, whose tail had frozen.
It might. We wouldn't be able to control what it would create, but it would absorb a lot of magic.
Esmir sounded thoughtful. Sable sighed. Do you have anything to lose by trying it? No, actually, Freya admitted. We usually only have tiny pocket realms managed by the being living there, or larger ones run by various lords. They are pathways that connect them, or the ability to step through. Each realm has solid lands, but I am unaware of realms being created and allowed to run wild. Sable rolled her eyes. How do you think they were created in the first place? Create new places. See what happens. Give magic something to do. I've always known Sable was brilliant, Joe, but now I'm wondering how I might steal her away from you. Indira said with a smile. That is an idea I never thought of. Cori created one and sealed it off, so why not do it with lots? The magic can be dumped in it, then lit to do its own thing, Sable said. Later, if you need it, the pocket realms can be connected or not. Will you ask Tursane? I will contact Salstra, Freya said, looking at Esmir. Yes, then I will convince Bob, one way or another. An odd determination vibrated in Esmir's voice, and her eyes locked on mine. I'm okay, you know. I tried to reassure the Cath. No, you are not, and I have zero desire to deal with a grieving child. Besides, my goddaughter would miss you greatly. With that comment, she turned and headed into the hall, disappearing around the corner. Freya nodded to the table. Thank you for the idea. I will report as soon as we know anything, but it will not change anything immediately. I know, Sable said, her shoulders relaxing. But if it helps, it could give us the time we need to figure this out. Freya nodded. Be well, Cori Munroe. Magic still has need of you. With a flash of her wings, she vanished, leaving us there. Stephen looked at all of us and sighed. Now what I can't figure out is, did Cori corrupt you into her chaotic ways, or did she draw you to her as your energies match? Oh, they've always been like this. They're just sneakier than I am, I said before either Joe or Sable could respond. First, they make you think they're sweet and innocent. Trust me, they aren't. Nope, we aren't. Which also means you need to say no to the next couple calls, Cori. You're too weak. Joe stared at me, her eyes worried, and I crumpled a bit. And the cost? Joe snorted. Not as high as it will be if you die on the next call or on the one after that. They have lots of mages. How are the other countries handling it? They don't have you? So we, and by we I mean the United States, need to quit using you as the one-size-fits-all solution. If they can do it, we can. That is true, Stephen said, but most countries aren't as big as we are. Bullshit, Sable snapped. She knows, Cori. Ask her. Ask Russia. Ask Brazil. If they aren't all dealing with the same issues, then something else is going on. But if they are, what are they doing? Stephen shrugged as we all looked at him. I don't know. I can push a bit more for that information, but that is assuming anyone knows it. Sable rolled her eyes. Really? She pulled out her phone and started typing. Here it is. I've got 5 news stories about what France is doing, Spain, and England. China is, as always, mysterious. It looks like France and Spain have pulled out individual army units and have them stationed every 20 miles with motorcycles. It means they can get anywhere in about 15 minutes. They also say they have rapid response teams in all subway hubs. They are using 6 mages per team to shut them down. Why aren't we doing that? Her voice didn't give any leeway, and she glared at Stephen. He heaved a sigh, one hand rubbing his temple, marring the Merlin symbols etched there. We are, or at least we are trying, Stephen stated. Trains don't work well outside places with defined subway systems.
Cars only work if they can get through the traffic, and helicopters aren't practical if it is a dense city area or remote area. Teleporting is damn rare, and Cori is the only mage I've heard of that can do it easily, and that isn't publicized. We've asked all the mages to talk to their familiars, because Caroline has highlighted just how powerful they are, something we'd mostly ignored. And by we, I mean the government and law enforcement. Merlin only knows what the Omo thinks. If you have any ideas, please share them, because I've created groups from students, the societies, and all current draftees, but closing rips isn't something we train many mages to do. And look how much it has taken from her to close them. He waved his hand at me and cringed. Most other mages are good for one, maybe two, and they are out of offerings. His voice had gotten sharper and more depressed as he spoke. So please, give me an idea to prevent killing someone I love. Those last words acted like a bomb in the room, and we all stared at the table. Well, fuck, Sable muttered. I need time to regenerate. If they can create some realms, maybe I'll get a bit of peace, I said quietly. I'd eaten as much as I could, but I'd grab more later. I was eating non-stop, but it still wasn't enough. Sable's mouth pressed into a thin line. Can you teach others to close rips? Those that aren't spirit mages? No, I said. Yes, said Caroline. The entire table stared at him. What do you mean, yes? Indira's voice was quiet. You can be taught, but the price is very, very high, even with a focus. Maybe you might be able to close 1 or 2 large rips. Spirit has a direct path to how the realms form, so they can close it easier. His ears laid back. Think of it like learning to play a musical instrument, but you are deaf. You can learn, but it is always mechanical. So not really feasible, Indira clarified, the minute hope that had sprung up fading. Wait, I said slowly. Can all spirit denizens close rips? If they are mages, I believe so. How far do the powers of the heralds stretch? All of my attention was on him as my mind wandered to a possibility. A quick flick upward of his ears, then back down. Not that far. You would need to pay. I sagged as everyone stared at me. Feel like enlightening the rest of us? Jo had the same frown she'd worn most of the evening. I knew she wanted to wrap me in bubble wrap. I wish she could have. Denizens need payment for favors or services, and while I can pay a lot, I'm not sure what the U.S. could pay them. From what I could see, gold or money wouldn't mean much. But I was thinking if we could get realm denizens to step here to close rips, it might work. Stephen said, his eyes narrowing. It is possible, but you are the only one I've ever heard of that talks to them regularly. I snorted. I might be the only mage, but as far as I know, almost all the familiars keep in touch with family and friends. They could ask, but the prices might be ones we don't expect. Lack? Sable was watching me, curiosity writ on her face. Future favors, prized possessions, doing something for them, up to and including killing someone. And I don't know how difficult closing the rips is for them. It could be anything from a token to something you aren't willing to pay. Stephen snorted. What wouldn't someone be willing to pay? He sounded dismissive, and I turned to stare at him. Your firstborn child? My voice was mild, but I wasn't teasing. The room stilled as they looked at me, then at Caroline. Oh, someone whispered softly. That might be a price too high. Not to mention if word got out that they might be willing to do things for us. He trailed off. Exactly. It might devolve into a djinn situation. I paused and focused on my familiar. Caroline, are there djinn? I asked worriedly. That one hadn't crossed my mind. Yes, but not in the way you think.
They don't grant wishes. They are high-level air creatures that prefer to live in confined spaces. When someone is unlucky enough to break into their house, they often toy with them, granting wishes in the worst way possible, then enjoying the suffering. They find it amusing. Be aware they are genderless. They are air. There's no gender the way mammals think of it. They enjoy emotional and physical chaos, though they are of order.
Stephen rested his elbows on the table, head in his hands.
Just once. I'd like something to be easy.
Me too, I said, fighting not to whine. I'm headed to bed. Hopefully, Freya and Esmer will get back to us soon. There were hugs all around, and I climbed the stairs to my room slowly, Caroline at my side the entire way. I could sense them watching me, but I didn't let on. I just made it to the top, then staggered into my bedroom. Taking off my clothes was too much effort, so I collapsed on top, curling around Caroline, and I fell asleep. Chapter 17. Scott, of all the things in the movie and stories about your explosive entry into the mainstream, what was the one thing everyone got wrong?
Well, Darla, it would have to be that I had a familiar. I'd never been that lucky. I have one now in the form of Dolly, whose mage died. At the mall, the creature they thought was my familiar was just a stuffed dog I'd purchased for my niece. But the image with the legs sticking out looked so realistic I couldn't convince the reporters it hadn't been a stuffed animal.
Special interview with Scott Randolph, the mage hunter, whose life the rescue of Stranthorn was based on. My phone, my tether and leash rang, pulling me up from sleep. It took me a minute to find it. Caroline was not willing to move. His warmth made sleep possible. I seemed to always be cold lately. His warmth both kept me from shivering and comforted me. I also slept better, wrapped around him and breathing in the odor that was uniquely Caroline. It was a mixture of blood, cinnamon, and cat. It probably should have smelled awful, but it was my favorite scent in the world. It took me 2 tries to sit up, and I managed to answer the phone. Yes. Marilyn Monroe, we have a Class 5 RIP in Sacramento, California, located near Morse Road. How soon can you get there? Yolanda's voice was clipped, and she could have been an automated message. I tried to stand up, but I was shaking.
Cori, no. The cost is too great. I will not lose my queen.
His voice was soft, but unyielding. I can't. The words slipped out like a sigh. Excuse me? That wasn't a request, it was an order. We need you there. The cost is too great, I said, every word feeling like a failure. If I'd had the energy, I would have cried. Instead, I sank back into the bed. Yolanda snarled. You will be arrested for dereliction of duty. This is not acceptable.
Enough,
Caroline snarled in my mind. He reached over and delicately shut off the phone with an extended finger.
Alexand, where is this woman named Yolanda?
Huh? Oh, she's here in D.C. Why?
Stephen sounded as confused as I was.
She is threatening my queen. Where is she?
There was an oddly compelling tone to Caroline's voice.
You can't kill her,
Stephen warned.
Yes, I can, but I will not at this time. But I will show her.
Caroline,
Stephen said, trying to sound stern, but he'd been as worried as everyone else with my appearance yesterday.
Don't do anything reckless.
Why not? It seems to be the only thing humans take into account. Address.
Stephen rattled it off. Caroline broke the connection. What are you going to do with that? I knew he could use maps and had seen him on the computer once or twice, but hadn't followed up on it.
You'll see. Lay here.
He stepped into a rip with a flash of pain. I shook my head and contemplated food and coffee. The clock said 7 in the morning. I needed both, but stairs seemed impossible at this point, so I just laid back down, my eyes drifting shut. Ah! A blood-curdling scream jerked me out of my doze, and I sat up, staring at the door. A moment later, a woman wrenched open the door and rushed in. Her entire attention was on the opening as Caroline stalked in, snarling, his tail lashing, fur puffed up, and teeth on full display. Even knowing he'd never hurt me, the sight of him caused my heart rate to kick up and I had to fight not to panic. What do you want from me? Her voice was trembling and scared. I examined her. She wore dark blue designer jeans and a light knit top in a cream color. Her heritage had to be mixed Pan-Asian with long, dark hair twisted up in a chignon on the nape of her neck and light brown skin that looked too pale against her hair. She was at least mid-30s and a healthy weight, something I wasn't.
Look at her. Does she look like she can afford to give any more? Look like she can do your bidding?
Caroline's silky voice implied imminent death, and I shuddered. She whirled to look at me, her eyes scanning and dismissing me with a shudder. I don't know who she is. Why am I here? I should have felt sympathy. She was obviously terrified, but I couldn't find the energy. I recognize you, I said softly. I'd managed to sit up, and my legs hung off the bed. I was still dressed in the clothes I'd worn last night, a t-shirt and sweats. They hung on me, making me look even gaunter than I actually was. She turned and stared at me. No, I don't know you. Really? I'd thought you'd recognize the woman you've been ordering around. Maybe I was too sarcastic. But then again, she just threatened to have me arrested, which rarely went well. Yolanda went still, then reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. She tapped it multiple times, then stopped. She held it up, staring at it, then me multiple times. Caroline had sat down between her and the door. I could see she wasn't a mage. Most government employees left after their draft was done. She kept looking back and forth between her phone and me. What happened to you, Marilyn Monroe? Her voice was sharp, but this time there was worry too. The last images I have from you were only a month ago, and you were hale and healthy at that time. You've been sending me to close rips more than I easily could. This is how much I've offered. I waved a hand up and down my body, feeling like a sideshow freak. That isn't possible, she stuttered. You look like you are half dead. A choked-out laugh was my only answer. But I was told you would complain and try to get out of your duty, that it was easy for you. She babbled out her protest as she stared at me. You were used. They want me as a martyr, I said, not surprised by her response. But I need some time to heal. There has to be some other way. I just can't right now. I need at least a week, if not more. She finally stopped shaking and glanced back at Caroline. You sent him to terrify me? A bit of the sneer and contempt was back in her voice.
No, I went to gather you because you were putting my queen in danger. That could not be allowed. The only way to convince you was to show you. You would never have come willingly, so I forced you.
He laid back his ears and bared his teeth to her. She opened her mouth to protest, then looked back at me. Her eyes hardened and narrowed as she processed what she saw. Mages are spoiled, pampered, and avoid doing real work if they can. It was a statement. And I am not well liked as I am too brisk, don't tolerate social bullshit, and have no patience for pampered princesses. This is something well known, and most people that are placed under my purview are slackers. I blinked at her. Right now, I didn't feel anything like a pampered princess. I felt more like Cinderella before the ball, abused and covered in cinders. Do I look like I've been slacking? No, she admitted. This means someone is manipulating me as you are not someone that needs threats. She had regained some of her color, making her look less like a victim and more human. I dislike that as much as I feel mages are spoiled. That is your prerogative. I didn't have the energy to be snarky, but I need downtime. Otherwise, when you really need me, I won't be able to help. Yolanda hadn't moved, but she didn't seem like she was in fear for her life anymore. That didn't mean she looked happy. It is obvious you can't do much more until you heal up. I'll push back. Unless something is apocalyptic, I won't be calling you. But you must do everything you can to heal. I nodded. It wasn't like I wanted to feel this way. Already the idea of food sounded excellent. However, the incident with your cat will not happen again. Every word was bitten off as she stared at me. I started to chuckle, then cough as the amount of energy was too much. What is so funny? She snapped. That you think I have any say in his behaviors? I managed to say between coughs. This being run down was exhausting. She glared at me, then squeaked and jumped back as Caroline walked by, his tail lashing out to strike the back of her legs.
I will do whatever I feel is needed to protect my queen. You will not ask her to do things that will put her at risk. She is too valuable to squander over property or people's fears.
He sat by my feet, facing her, letting his heat wash into me.
Do not forget, I have no qualms about killing or eating those that threaten me or mine.
She lost what little color she'd managed to get back. We don't respond to threats.
I have no issue to make threats. I am simply giving you a piece of advice. Humans don't understand they aren't the most dangerous creatures out there. They will learn otherwise.
The smart thing to do would have been to scold him, flinch back, or even apologize. Instead, I laid my head on his head and smiled at Yolanda. I'm sure you have information you want to provide your superiors. The temptation to make her find her own way home nibbled at my brain, but the desire to have her gone was stronger. Caroline, would you please open a path back to where you found her? He sniffed, but rose up and stared at her.
Follow me.
Yolanda gave me a hard glare, but it was lacking power as she flinched as she took in my appearance. Without another word, she disappeared out of the door. I felt a slash signifying a tiny rip as I laid back down. I knew I should get up and eat, but right now that seemed like way too much effort. A few minutes later, Caroline was peering down at me.
You have not died, correct?
That managed to get a laugh out of me. No, I haven't died. Just tired. I need to eat. Is there a way to get me healthier faster? He tilted his head, tail lashing back and forth like a live wire.
No, you are not sick or injured. You are low on resources. I shall fix.
Raw fish is not an answer, I called after him. Sushi was fine, but not in the quantities he wanted to eat it.
No, I shall ask Hamadia to help me get soup for you. Make sure you are in a position suitable for eating when I return. You need calories and rest. Now that the woman has been dealt with, you will have a chance to rest.
I stiffened with sudden worry. Please tell me you didn't kill her. I raised my voice a bit as he'd already headed downstairs.
Silly queen. If I had killed her, I would have brought you her head as proof of conquest. She still lives, but hopefully with the correct appreciation for your health now.
I decided to interpret that as unmaimed as well. Any other way to translate that would add a load of guilt on me I didn't need. My eyes closed of their own volition. The scent of potato soup and the feeling of being stared at pulled me out of my drowse. I opened my eyes to see Hamadia staring at me, a tray in her hand. Caroline says you are not dying.
You look like you were dying.
Her hair was lush with leaves today, and I smiled. No, I might look like it, but I'm not. I scooted up and she set the tray down. Potato soup, chunks of steak, and hot tea were on it. Thank you.
You must eat and get healthy. It is not a good look for you to be so thin. My sister-daughters need their guardian to be able to protect them.
With that, she turned and floated out of the room as Caroline padded in.
Good. Eat, then sleep. You need padding. You are too bony.
I chuckled and ate, relieved that I'd have a few days to recover. Chapter 18. Over the last few months, we've become accustomed to rips and even memes about them. But this is a new one. A rip occurred in the small town of Marysville, right inside a bank. This rip was a water one that was filling the building with water. When the responding mage team showed up, they were a bit overzealous in pulling concrete up to block the water, and instead ripped out the bank vault, causing money to come flying out all over the street. As you can see in this video, the reactions to the rain of money were amusing. Bank officials have said that the majority of the money has been returned. The mage, whose name is being withheld, has apologized. KTVZ News Station. It had been 3 days since Yolanda was dragged to the house. I had spent all of them eating, sleeping, and going on walks between my house and the tutor. It was enough to keep my muscles limber, but not wear me out too much. The remodeling on the house was almost done, and I feared seeing them leave. I'd asked Hamadia to set the door next to the study room. If anyone looked at it, you'd think it was for a small closet or something. Per Caroline's request, the handle was a lever type, not a doorknob. If you lifted up, you went to the tutor house. If you pushed down, it took you to Marisol's. If the walk between the houses became too much, I cheated and used the tunnel to get home. It felt like sidestepping to me, but smoother. Joe said stepping with me was like riding a tilt-a-whirl carnival ride. This was going through a rotating door. Needless to say, no one complained about Hamadia's tunnels. Everyone was at work, and I was curled up in bed, watching the news with Caroline. It amused me that for once, even I couldn't detect a bias in the reporting. Everyone was using the same words for the rips, and the government had failed in getting them swept into the past like they did with most magical incidents. There were too many, and it was happening too often. But from what I could see on the news, they were mostly smaller rips, and the response teams were getting faster. Stephen had taken to heart Sable cussing him out, and the OMO had sponsored a strategy meeting for next week to come up with methods to react. Breaking news flashed across the bottom of the TV screen and yanked me out of my stupor. This just in, both Russia and China have launched missiles into planar rips appearing in their territories. In both cases, creatures were seen to be slipping out of the rips that were only a few feet off the ground. China is broadcasting the footage of it now. The newscaster faded away to be replaced with footage of people in uniform, aiming a big missile on a movable base, then ducking and covering their heads. It flew out of the cradle faster than the eye could track, disappearing into the rip between realms. I had to remember to breathe as I watched it disappear. If you stood and looked into a rip, a random one, it never made sense. A jumble of scents, colors, shapes that your mind struggled to categorize. It could make people go crazy. But to a static place, like the crossroads, it was like looking in a window. I had no idea what to expect. The gout of flames and smoke that appeared but a scant second later seemed appropriate, but somehow ominous. What had the missile hit? The worst part, or maybe it was the best part, the rip rippled and closed. I kept my fingers crossed that was because a mage had closed it, but I had a very bad feeling that wasn't the case. I should get dressed, I said, forcing myself to stand and head to the closet.
Why?
Caroline raised his head to look at me. The last week or so, he'd all but laid on me, grumbling every time I did anything but the minimum. It was both sweet as all get out and twice as annoying. Because I strongly suspect an emergency council meeting will be called here shortly. Somehow I didn't think any of us were going to be lucky enough to have that missile land somewhere unnoticed. I'd gotten my cargo pants on, though I'd had to tighten the belt by 3 notches, and a tank top, which hung on me more than I liked, when Freya's voice rang in my head. "Emergency council meeting in 15 minutes. All lords are required to attend." I sighed and kept dressing. See? Come on. I want to make sure I take food with me. I steeled myself to take the backpack. A month ago, the 20 pounds it usually weighed wasn't an issue, but today it was. I managed to get downstairs and load it full of food and caffeine. Then I double-checked his harness and took my tumbler in my hand. I had Mexican coffee, but this one had ice cream, protein powder, and electrolytes in it. Churro ice cream and Mexican coffee was awesome. It also hid the taste of the protein powder. The backpack felt like it weighed a ton, but I needed to push myself and make sure I didn't lose my muscle tone. Caroline opened the portal and we slowly walked through. The noise slammed into me almost as a physical force, and I staggered, grabbing onto Caroline for balance. I'd never heard it this noisy. I stayed in the shadows where Caroline preferred to enter and watched. Everyone was shouting, roaring, or creating noise to the point it just came across as a wash of energy. If I could figure out how to use that as fuel for my magic, I would have never run out of magic to use. Caroline, can you catch what they were talking about? I could hear mind speak not directed at me as an off-to-the-side whisper, but pulling it into clarity wasn't something I could do. Caroline, on the other hand, did it without thinking.
They are talking about the attacks. It hit order and chaos, and one of the areas was populated.
He sounded somber, and I rubbed his ears. I'm getting stronger. We'll figure out how to fix this. He didn't say anything, but his flattened-out ears and still tail told me how unhappy he was. We made our way to the Earth Circle. I could tell as Beans caught sight of me. There was a soft ripple of silence as more and more turned to look at me. Tursing was making her way over even as I settled into my club chair, the noise half of what it had been. "Cori, what is wrong? Are you injured?" Her voice held more worry than I'd ever heard. All of her snakes were twisting around themselves, hissing at me. Their tongues flicked at the air as if trying to find an enemy that didn't exist. I've just been doing too many offerings, trying to close rips. It is getting bad out there. Did Esmer talk to you? I took a mouthful of coffee. The richness helped, but at the rate I was pulling in calories, I always felt slightly overfull. But I needed to keep it up.
Yes, we were going to see what could be done. I need to get rid of some of the excess magic soon.
I looked a bit closer at her, and she was glowing a bit. I nodded and started to ask about spirit closing rips when Shay, Scott, Lolly, and Kestis showed up. "Cori, what the actual fuck?" Shay blurted when I turned to look at him. "What happened?" Lolly looked just as concerned, and Kessis made the smallest whine. Scott scanned me slowly, and I felt exposed under his gaze. I stuttered a bit, trying to answer. They've been calling me a lot. They put a woman, Yolanda, from Rogue Mages to manage me. Scott sucked in air through his teeth, and I gave him a side-eyed glance. I'd never remembered to talk to him about her attitude. I really needed to do that. Maybe after the council meeting. That level of magic is not sustainable, Lolly said very carefully. Don't worry about being polite. I look like shit. I've said no, and we have some other things in play to see if they will work. I drank some more coffee, already needing another nap. How had I been still moving? Good. Because I've seen dead people that look healthier, she said bluntly, and I managed to chuckle. Okay, back to one of the things in play. I pivoted my head to look at Tursane. She was watching me with an odd look in her eyes, and all the snakes were staring at me too. As if on cue, the one in my arm wriggled, and I fought not to gag. Feeling something wriggle under your skin is not conducive to keeping food in your stomach. Tursane, can any of your denizens close rips? She tilted her head. The snake stayed looking at me as if her head hadn't moved, which was just odd. After a minute, she responded.
Yes, we could close any we make, just like most sentient denizens can.
Now that was a bit of information that I hadn't had before, but in retrospect, it made sense. I started to follow up on if denizens from her realm would be able to close rips on our side, but Freya called the meeting to order. Tursane nodded at me and moved back over to the spirit ring. I sighed and settled in as the others took their chairs, with many cautious looks at me. Earlier today, some of the weapons Lord Munroe warned us about came through a tear and landed in the realms. Freya's voice rang with power, and I noted she didn't care if there were spectators still on the floor, or this was just more important than caring about observing the formalities. A hush spread through the chambers like ink across a tissue. Beings clustered together, seeking support from others of their realm. The largest was hanging around Salastra, which didn't tell me much except that order had probably been affected. There were 2 that we have tracked, though perhaps Earth can tell me if there were more. Freya turned her gray eyes toward me. I shook my head. I can research, but right now I don't know. At this point, you know more than I do. There was an ugly ripple through the room.
Are you saying Earth doesn't remain aware of what goes on in their realm?
This came from Sharissa in a low hiss, and I could feel answering anger. I got this, Cori, Citlali said quickly as she stood. I believe you misunderstand how Earth works. It is huge. Sharissa, if you went from one end of the Chaos realm to the other, diving into all the pockets, how many days would it take you? Everyone paused and looked at her, then back at the Naga. The Naga shrugged, tossing her hair behind her.
Multiple weeks, maybe as much as 2 months, though there would be areas I wouldn't visit.
Citlali's question had derailed them, and I let her run with it. Even those that visited Earth regularly still viewed it as a series of pocket realms, not the immense amount of land it was. There is the problem. If you walked around just the widest part of Earth in a straight line with no detours, assuming most of it wasn't underwater, it would take an adult almost a full year of walking without rest. Earth is huge. You've heard us talk about the population. That population only resides on land, and our world is 70% water. There is no way any one person or 3 or 100 could be aware of everything going on. There was a ripple of discontent, but they didn't argue, though I didn't think any of them, even Caroline, truly comprehended how big and populous Earth was. One landed in chaos. Is there a report of damages? Freya directed her question to the Chaos Ring. Bob, Sharissa, and Esmir were there, though Bob was oddly jelly-like. There are none to speak of, Esmir said. She had been sitting in her Egyptian cat pose, unmoved by Sharissa's posturing. It went into a wild area of chaos. There is damage, but no worse than a herd of Baichulas going through. Good. Order? Freya turned to stare at the order group. Salastra in the lead, her tail thrashing. I mentally braced myself. This would hurt.
My people were attacked, hurt. There were groves damaged. At least 3 of those under my charge were killed by the explosion. Now the chemicals and debris poison the air around the crater. I demand the heralds stop these intrusions immediately.
Every word sliced into my brain like a knife, and I held my head in my hands, aware of the worried looks from Citlali and Shay. When she stopped talking, I lifted my head and stared at her. Tell me how. I didn't say anything else. What else could I say? Salastra screamed, a horsey scream that cut through my thoughts and felt like a physical blow.
I am tempted to call in all my debts, Herald. You will make this stop and protect magic.
The threat lay in the air, and it felt like the world was holding their breath, waiting for a fight. Anger, fear, something. I shrugged. Call them in. There is nothing I can do that I am not doing. If you know of something I can do, you will need to tell me. And if you make me default on the debts and choose to take my life, I paused and smiled. All teeth, no humor. Then you can deal with the problem yourself. Chapter 19.
Dennis Strickfield has been declared a rogue mage, convicted in absentia of murder in the first degree, grand theft, embezzlement, and conspiracy to commit murder. A writ of execution has been issued in his name. Per the powers granted me by the state of Texas, I authorize the mage hunters to find and eliminate this person.
Live feed on CNN Mage Focus. What would you have done if she followed through on the threats and took your life? Citlali asked after the meeting. We were in the sunroom, with hot drinks and food for me. She and Shay had wanted to talk after to make sure I was okay. I had asked her saying if she could come too. Scott had headed home saying he wanted to check on something and would ping me at a later point. Die, I guess. I sighed. I had no belief she would do that. They are all scared, and for some reason, they all believe it is my responsibility or fate to save them. It makes them oddly narrow-minded.
No, Salastra would never waste a pawn so easily,
Tursane said. She wore a dark red hoodie today, with a pocket in the front, and it went down to about a foot past her waist. If there hadn't been snakes peeking out of the hood, you would have thought she was an emo kid wearing her dad's hoodie. What happens if they call you again, Cori? Shay asked. He'd barely taken his eyes off me since we stepped back into the house, courtesy of Caroline. I decide if I can go. I've lost so much weight that even using tricks of fertile material to supplement, I'm struggling. My handler knows, so hopefully that will help. That might have been a lie, but at this point hoping for the best was all I had.
I made sure she knew if my queen died because of their misuse, her death would be but the first in a long string of them,
Caroline said as he gnawed on a bone while seated at my feet. Kessis was curled up next to Citlali on the love seat, nose tucked under her tail. Caroline, I said, shocked. You were supposed to take her home.
I did. I also made the consequences of you becoming a martyr very clear. They are all too used to posturing. I don't posture.
His tone sounded like he was trying to spit out the words. I just rubbed his head. I knew how he felt, but I didn't think that would be helpful in the long run. But at the same time, Yolanda hadn't called. I was going to take what I could get. Okay, all of that aside, Tursane, you said your denizens can close rips? I focused on her, trying to keep my thought process clear. Lately, anything that distracted me was liable to make me forget what I was thinking about.
Yes, it is part of our inherent magic,
she said, sipping on some tea. I took another drink of my hot chocolate. Everything was as calorie-laden as it could be, and I still wasn't putting on weight fast enough. If I called you, or one of your sisters, or one of the other lords, could you close a rip that is on this side? She pulled back, looking at me and then the others.
Call us here? To Earth? To close the rips?
Yes, they are so big and powerful, we can't. So I thought maybe spirit creatures could close them. I was watching her carefully, but the snakes told me more than her facial expression did. They were twisting back and forth, hissing at each other softly, questioning, then going to talk to another snake. It was like they were comparing information.
I cannot answer that. I have no memory of a rip ever being closed from the Earth's side that was not made by closer. For instance, I opened a portal here and closed it when I arrived, but I don't know if it would be easy or hard for me to close things opened by others.
Caroline, would you? I smiled at him, taking in more hot chocolate. I was stuffed, but I knew I needed to keep feeding my body.
As you wish.
Caroline yawned, and a rip about 6 inches wide appeared. It was pointed to the neutral crossroad he used, as safe a space as any to open to.
Ah, the crossroads. I had not been aware that was still being used. In my youth, many of us used that to visit other areas.
She tilted her head, the snakes bouncing up and down, one of them opening its mouth and hissing as something vaporized from it. The rip closed with a bit of hesitation.
An interesting test of my abilities. Yes, I can close that. The cost is not high.
If I may, Citlali asked, do you need offerings to magic, like we do?
Yes and no. Anything I do in the realms or for my realm comes from magic herself. The extra that has been loaded into me has made my realm more abundant than it has been in recent memory. If I wish for something for myself, here on Earth, it is an offering. For that, a drop of venom from one of my snakes.
Tursane reached up and scratched under a chin that was offered. It was the same snake I'd seen hissing. Does that go for most of your people? I didn't know how else to put it. They weren't her subjects, slaves, congregation, or even populace. They were the ones that lived in spirit, and she worked to keep spirit safe for them.
Those that chose the magic path, yes, but there are many in spirit that never bothered to learn.
She said quietly, her eyes dark as she watched me. How many do you think might be able to? I was desperate at this point and reaching. As much as the population of Earth slipped away from them, the population of beings and magic users in the realms slipped away from me. I wasn't sure they actually knew how many beings were in their realms. Maybe just the ones with magic.
Maybe a few thousand. It varies from year to year. Though, with all the magic that has been poured into the realm, there should be more in a few years.
She tilted her head, watching me. The snakes had tied themselves behind her and were peeking out.
Cori, are you looking for me to come and close rips?
Yes. I can't keep up. And some of the bigger ones are dangerous. I understand there might be a cost, but at this point, I don't care. My exhaustion killed my desire to be polite. If I have to ask as the Herald, I will. If I need or order or demand, I will. But I need to get some help with the rips. She settled back in the chair, seeming to curl up a bit tighter to herself.
I am willing to try as an experiment. It would do some good to see if my magic is up to what magic herself is doing. Call me, and I will come for my own amusement. After that, we can discuss.
I nodded, a bit relieved. Good, because after this, if I can get a few more pounds on me, I'm going to talk to Bob. All of them started looking at me. Are you sure? Why not Esmir? Shay was staring at me. Even Caroline had jerked his head around to stare at me. Because it is the oldest being, and there might be memories floating in that mess that can give me information. Otherwise, we might all die. And I'm assuming that isn't what anyone likes. I was getting snippy. Cori, you here? Joe's voice rang through the house. I glanced at my watch. Only noon on a Wednesday, and she was home early. I'm in here, Joe. I called. A minute later, Jo came breezed in, her braids slapping against her ass as she stopped. Hey! Didn't know we were having a party? Sitlali Tursain, nice to see you. Shay, you're still you. She grinned at him, showing no insult meant. He, for his part, just waved his hand at her and drank his coffee. It's all done. They're leaving today. She all but crowed at me. I blinked, trying to figure out what she was talking about. Who? For a minute, I was scared I'd really missed something important. The flooring contractors! They're finished. The painters finished last week. It's done. Everything is ready for us. The joy that leaked out of her face made it impossible for me to respond any other way than to match it. What? That is awesome. So, this weekend? I knew they'd been ready to move, but wanted the house as perfect as possible. Yep. You guys want to see? Jo wiggled her eyebrows up and down as she grinned. Everyone is invited. We can take the door. Door? Sitlali and Tursain said, a bit confused. Yep, come on. Jo all but pulled me up out of the chair, but gently at that. And she figured out a new trick with the stairs for you. We've been worried about them once you're alone. Oh? The stairs were becoming an issue, but I still took them, trying to make sure even though I was weak, I was still functional. I knew all too well what could happen if you stayed too sedentary. Yep, we talk about you, you know. She smiled as she wrapped her arm around my waist, both loving and supporting. You do, huh? I leaned into her and ignored the looks of amusement on everyone else's face. Jo would never be shy about showing her love for me, and it was one of my greatest joys. Yippers! And Maria and Marisol are in on it. Just because we are moving out, you aren't ever going to be alone. Her tone was still teasing as she took me to the stairs. Why does that sound like a threat? Sitlali asked, and I laughed as I glanced behind us. We were the head of a little parade. Caroline was behind me, followed by Tursain, Sitlali, and Shay. Kessis was at the very back, and I swear she was laughing as she watched us. Because it is, I said with my lips twitching. Oh well, it means I probably won't starve to death. On my cooking alone, I might. Pfft, you've gotten much better. I think you're up to 20 recipes. Jo had walked me to the base of the stairs, and I bit back a sigh, looking at them. Go ahead, step onto the first one. I let go of her to grab the railing and took the first step and almost fell as the stairs started to move upward. What? I grabbed tight onto the railing, which luckily moved up too. I turned to stare down as I rose up. Jo laughed at the base of the stairs. I showed her escalators, and she didn't see any reason why she couldn't do that, especially as she was very adamant that she didn't want your blood everywhere if you fell and got hurt. Something about stains badly. The twitch of humor was still there as the stair I was on stopped at the top. I released my death grip and walked forward with a smile. I could climb them, but then I'd stand at the top catching my breath. That is wonderful. Hamadia, thank you. Hamadia stepped out of the wall at my words. You like? Good. Having you die would be unpleasant. I rather enjoy you in your life. Most other mages aren't as accepting as you. She didn't look at any of the other mages as she spoke. My daughters should wake later this year, so when they are stronger, I will show them the wonders of HGTV. I choked back a laugh. Of all the shows for Hamadia to get addicted to, that had been the one. She kept trying different things and already had a new list of materials she wanted so she could incorporate new stuff. It was entertaining. I'm sure we'll look forward to it. I glanced back to Jo. So, show me the house. I'd been over regularly, but the last week I'd been stuck here mostly, so I was looking forward to the final show, even if I wasn't looking forward to the emptiness. Jo bounded up the stairs and went to the door between the study door and the staircase. She lifted the handle and waved her hand. Please, come and see our new home." I walked in first, and the rest followed. The house was everything she had ever dreamed of, and I could see touches of sable at every corner. I wanted to cry for her happiness, but instead, I just smiled and knew I had to make sure this wasn't destroyed. Chapter 20. In 1948, Congress changed the law to make all mages serve a draft term, regardless of gender, and tied it into mandatory education. World War II had taught them that the better educated a mage was, the more effective a weapon they could be. At the same time, the draft board was established to help keep track and make sure all mages served their 4 years. History of Magic. I spent the rest of the week and the weekend supervising and keeping the kids busy packing stuff. Joe and Sable used the door to carry boxes of stuff almost from one room to another. Maine and Jazz each had their own laundry basket. They would carry it to their room, fill it up, then drag it back to the door, from where they dragged it to their room. I kept watch, mostly just watching the few feet back and forth. The Tudor house had multiple levels, a basement, ground floor, and second floor, and they had decided the best place to put the door was on the second level. That house wouldn't be able to do fancy tricks like the escalator until Zelinka was awake and grown, but the kids' bedroom was on the second level. Hamadia mentioned she could move it, but for now I'd just make sure someone could help me downstairs, or we can move it at a future date. The kids were delighted that they each got their own bedroom, a playroom, and a bathroom that was theirs. They were less delighted about having to clean up their bathrooms, but life was very tough. By Sunday night, everything was moved, and they just needed to clean the rooms left behind. We were turning the kids' room back into a guest room, but I had no idea what to do with Joe and Sable's. It was a great bedroom, and I was tempted to move downstairs, but refused. This weakness was temporary, and I wouldn't give in like that. Chris came home for the celebration dinner in the Tudor, so we had Marisol, Chris, Jazz, Maine, Caroline, Hamadia, and myself. Joe had pestered Hamadia about something to eat until she admitted that a plant food nutrient drink would be nice. At the dinner, which was steak as we were all starting to get sick of fish, even Caroline, she had her own glass of nutrients. We were giggling as she sprouted flowers, then leaves. It seemed this was like getting a dryad high. If nothing else, I knew an excellent gift now if I needed something from any of the dryads. We had made it to dessert. Sable had made a baked Alaska, when a ringtone shattered the good mood. "Bodies hit the floor? Really?" Sable asked with a snicker. It seemed appropriate. I muttered as I dug into the pocket of my pants for that phone. I hated carrying two, but I didn't want these calls to corrupt my regular phone. "This is Munroe," I said, trying to keep the exhaustion out of my voice. "We have a Class 5 rip. Really, it's a 6, but the scale doesn't go that high." Yolanda didn't bother with niceties. Her voice sounded exhausted. "I've already sent 3 groups. They all failed and wiped out their available offerings. The problem is we've got lava coming in. We need it closed." She took a deep breath. "It's headed to an oil refinery, and if we don't stop it before it hits that..." Her voice trailed off, the implications clear. I stood. "Send me the address. I'll be there shortly." I hung up before she could say anything else. "I have to go. Caroline, can you go grab stuff while I'm headed up the stairs?"
"You're still not that strong,"
he warned as he rose, looking at me. "I know, but I've got almost an inch of hair. I've gained 5 pounds, and I can lose a pint of blood with no risk. Besides, I still have eggs, some nails, and skin. I'm also calling Tersian as soon as we get there. If nothing else, she can carry back a message to the council on just how drastic these are." I'd addressed Caroline. but everyone else was listening in. The kids' faces were the ones that hurt the worst.
Mama Cori, are you going to hurt yourself again?
Jazz asked as Caroline bounded up the stairs. Chris rose as I stepped toward them. Yes, no, I'll be okay, but I have to go close a rip before it gets worse. I hugged them both tight as they rushed me. I'm coming back. This is my job. Pulling away from their dark eyes physically hurt, but I didn't have a choice.
I'll come with.
Chris stood next to me, and I'll admit I was willing to use him to get up the stairs. No, help me get home, then you stay here. I'll let everyone know if anything happens. Marisol had jumped up the second the phone rang and raced to the kitchen. As I reached the top of the stairs, she raced up them to meet us. It was sad that a woman in her late 60s was in better shape than I was. This was ridiculous.
Here, Cori, you'll need fuel.
She handed me a cooler lunch bag.
There's meat, cheese, honey sticks, and some boiled eggs, with tagine, your favorite.
You've been planning for this, haven't you? I said, peering into the bag. There was no way she'd created all of this in 2 minutes.
Yep. We knew this would happen again, so we made sure we had supplies ready for you. Slip it in your backpack.
She smiled and kissed my cheek.
Come back to us.
My throat caught, and I forced a smile and stepped through the doorway. Caroline waited with my backpack, his harness already on. I ran my hand over his head. Let me grab some liquid and I'm ready. Chris frowned at me, but he went back to the others. I needed to know they were safe, and frankly, these houses were safe. Worst case, Hamadia could pull them into her pocket realm. The stairs took me downstairs, and I grabbed my water bottle, some electrolyte packages, and a protein drink. With everything in the pack and it on my back, I pulled up my phone and looked at the address. It's in Texas. Can you find it? I showed him the map, and he stared at it. I still had no idea how his ability in maps worked. He tried to explain, but it made no sense. Something about how places and people had feels. He knew the general layout of the United States to figure out most places, but then he could zero in to where he wanted by feel. He'd heard Yolanda's voice often and had her feel. That was why, when he learned the general area she was in, he could step into her home. If he was a serial killer or a stalker, it would be terrifying. I also didn't talk much about his abilities to find people. If anyone thought about it too much, most mages with familiars would be in deep trouble.
Yes, lava should also be easy to find.
He pulled open the rip to the crossroads, and I stepped through. A minute later, he was pulling open another portal to a place of heat and smoke. Either that is it, or you took us to the wrong area.
Hawaii is the next closest active lava field, and that is a huge difference from here. Though I'm more than willing to go there instead.
I laughed and shook my head. He huffed a sigh and stepped out with me. We fell silent, looking at the scene. It was like looking at a really good movie CGI. A river of magma slowly fell out of the sky, dripping down into globs. It piled, then started to flow towards a series of huge tanks. Fire trucks, police, ambulances, and any number of other responders were rushing around. I looked and saw a small group of bedraggled mages over in one section, slightly apart from the rest of the insanity. Moving slowly, I weaved through. No one was stopping me, mainly because the lava had everyone's attention. "Hey," I said when I got close. "I'm Munroe. Can you tell me what you've tried?" There were 6 people there, all bald with shiny skin and an exhausted look on their faces. One of the women, dark skin and jeans and a tank top, looked at me and laughed a bit hysterically. "You have less to offer than we did. We're all going to die." She choked off the laugh when someone else put their hand on her shoulder. "Merlin," another man said. He probably had red hair from his eyebrows. The rest of him was pink from offering and the heat. "We've tried in 2 sets, offering everything we had, and most of us had hair down to our waists. The lava is too heavy. We can't stop it from flowing, and we can't close it while it flows." I nodded and looked around. There were tanks that lined the river. The magma was dropping into the space between. The only reason everything hadn't blown up already was it solidified as it fell. But the more that accumulated, the warmer it remained, and therefore more liquid. I kept scanning, and a glimmer to my right and a ship gave me hope. "Is that a river over there, or just a pond?" I asked, pointed toward the glimmer. "Outlet to Gulf of Mexico," someone replied. I heaved a sigh of relief. "Okay. If you have anything left, can you pull heat from the magma flowing toward the tanks and sink it into the river? That is enough water that should be able to absorb a lot of heat before there is any risk to the ecosystem." There was a murmur of argument, and I held my hand up. I'm not saying my thermodynamic math is spot on, but flat out, pulling out enough heat or energy for the liquid rock to quit moving and dumping it into the river is 1,000 times safer, ecologically speaking, than letting it hit the oil storage and all that catches on fire or blows. Am I wrong? "No, I've got some to spare for that." The voices at this point were a jumbled mess, and I gave up trying to even decipher gender. "Here," I said, reaching into my pocket and bringing out a few scalpels. "Don't be afraid to use blood. You'll be amazed at how far it goes. Women, if your uterine lining is thick, you can use that too." I didn't even have the energy to roll my eyes at the disgusted faces a few of them made. "I'm going to see if I can get someone to help me close this." I had barely moved since I got close to the group. Someone in a suit ran over and started to shout at us. "Someone deal with him. I don't have the energy, and if he gets in my way, Caroline, disable him." The loud snarl that Caroline let loose sounded like a chainsaw. The area went quiet as everyone turned to stare. "Oh, better," I murmured and pinged Tursane. "You ready to try your experiment?"
"Already? Yes, I can. I might bring Stenia with me. She had mentioned being curious."
"Okay, Caroline will open a portal. It's hot here." That was an understatement. Texas was in a warm spell for February, and with the magma way too close, I was already sweating under my light jacket.
"Excellent. We are coming."
I swayed a bit as I waited. One of the scalpels remained clenched in my hand. Blood was easier to replace at this point. Caroline opened a tear in reality, and 2 gorgons slithered out. I knew Tursane could appear to be 20 feet tall, but today she seemed her normal size, of about 6 feet. Though just lifting up on her coils, she could easily get to 8. Her sister behind her gave me a chance to compare them for the first time. Tursane had over a dozen snakes on her head. They never held still long enough for me to count them, all different types. Stenia, by contrast, had about 6 thicker ones that reminded me of constrictors. Even her scales were different. They held more patterns than the consistent green of Tursane's. She had blue eyes with the same white pupils and a more aquiline nose. They were looking around as Caroline sealed the rip behind them. Screams of terror burst up behind us, and I really wished I had an easy way to silence them. I could have removed the air, but that tended to kill people. A bit overboard for this situation, and doing a general KO wasn't worth the scolding I'd get afterward.
"This is most interesting. What are these?"
Tursane asked, looking around and gesturing at the huge tanks. "We store oil in those," I said, and pointed to the magma making its way toward them. As you can imagine, having that hit them would be very bad. Both of their eyes widened as they looked at all the tanks and how much oil they would change.
"You use this much oil?"
I laughed. It's complicated. This is only one of dozens, if not hundreds, around the world. But for right now, can we focus on the rip? They turned and spied the rip, and they blinked as their faces went to immobile, remote beauty.
"This might be more challenging than I had anticipated,"
Tursane said, looking at the fall of glowing magma. I would have felt better if she didn't sound worried. Chapter 21.
A sheep farm in Australia has reported that a new species of goat has appeared in their sheep herds. There is photographic evidence, but the second anyone gets close to any of them, they flee. At this point, he has decided to let them be, as the loss of sheep due to wildlife, dingoes, snakes, and such, seems to have completely stopped. The goats are aggressive to any threat. He figures until it's time for the sheep to come in to be sheared, he isn't going to worry about it. Some things from the rips aren't deadly.
CNN Mage Focus. Challenge or not, we need to get it closed quickly. I've got people trying to slow down the flow, but it won't be enough. My voice was rough, and I hated how wobbly I felt.
So I see,
Tursane said, still shocked by the sights surrounding her. She looked up, and her jade-green eyes narrowed on the rip. All the snakes on her head stood up in a corona around her, hissing as they focused on it too. Stenia watched the rip, her 6 snakes coiled on top of her head, facing the rip. I had my eyes locked on it, and I saw the rip move a tiny bit. My heart sped up, excited, and I glanced at Tursane, and all the hope drained out. She was sweating, and her snakes were contracted into coils, more separate from each other than I'd ever seen. Her labored breath added to the picture, and I knew this was going to go badly. Another fraction, and then she sagged. Her own body structure, the coiled serpent's tail, prevented her from falling. This is what you've been closing? She gasped out, her chest heaving. Pretty much. This one is going to be ugly, though. I'm taking it that you can't close it?
No, not at all.
I sighed and went through the options. My best bet was a strong chaos mage with fire as their primary. The world had better appreciate the sacrifices I was making. Smog, I need your help. I will owe you a favor. I pinged the dragon and hoped she would be willing and able. A favor? Now that is interesting. What is it you need? Her voice was amused and lazy. Can you suck heat out of actively flowing lava? Large amounts. And create a dam so I can close a rip? Interesting question. I've never tried before. What do you trade? All the denizens had been blunter since they figured out I'd been oblivious. It was both a relief and annoying. A favor from me that does not cost anyone else. I replied easily. This much I knew I could do. And most of the time, the favors were smaller things. What I was asking shouldn't be for something huge. I hoped. A favor from the Herald? Why not? Where are you? I sent her the image of where we stood. Well, the large empty space to the left of where we were. Coming, she murmured in my mind as pain sliced through my head. She walked out of the rip to a chorus of screams and people running away. I sighed as I saw a few people reach for their weapons on their hips. I asked her here to help stop this. If you can't behave, I'll knock you all out. I used air to carry my voice. The amount of offering was barely noticeable. It brought home how difficult closing the rips were. Tursane, any more luck on creating those barren pocket realms? I asked as I watched people closely. I really wasn't worried about Smog if they fired on her. What her response would be concerned me.
I was going to do it tomorrow, but trying to close that rip has drained me, and I barely moved it.
She sounded defeated. I, on the other hand, perked up. Really? Huh. So if I have you come to spend the energy on closing rips from the magic, will it balance out?
Maybe.
Tursane sounded doubtful.
Lately it feels like magic oozes out of me, like sweat. No matter how hard I try to contain it, magic is leaking out. All the realms are bursting at the seams, so while they might slow down,
I fear the ruptures are becoming more common. That dashed any hope I had. Sighing, I pushed it away and looked at Smog. Can you get that to stop flowing? I pointed at the magma oozing out of the tear in the sky. Yes, but then the opening will be blocked, she said. Smog sat in the clearing, basking in the heat, while the rest of us were sweating. Stenia had even created a fan to keep a breeze going on her face. It was a measure of how serious the situation was that few people were paying any attention to the nudity of the Gorgons. I know, but if you can get it to dam up past the opening, I should be able to shatter the cooling rock and close the rip. At least, that is my thought. I'd been running ideas through, and honestly, the only other one I could come up with involved figuring out where the rip was. My mind stuttered to a halt. Do you happen to know where that lava is coming from? Could you get to the other side and stop it? Are you even hurt by lava? It was a valid question. I knew she could breathe fire if she wanted. Yes, lava can hurt me. Smog stretched out her neck, head pointed to the rip. No, I see no skylight and scent nothing besides heat. I would suspect it is inside an active volcano. My shoulders sagged. Oh well, I figured I'd ask. So, heat? I cannot absorb that much. Where do you want it dumped? I pointed to the river. Spread it out if you can. I'd rather not cause another ecological disaster while trying to prevent one. Smog glanced at me and snorted. Then she turned to stare at the wall of molten substance pouring through. It began to slow, then solidify while off to my right, a steam began to rise from the water. That was more heat than I'd expected. Nothing I could do about it now. As it turned solid, I mixed break pattern and open to cause chunks of it to fall. The ground shook as they hit, but not enough to worry me. Besides, Texas tended to be pretty geologically stable, I thought. Either way, I kept going. Smog started to glow, and the red scales became brighter as she worked. What is she offering? The thought flitted through my mind and disappeared as I focused on the lava stone that was hanging in mid-air. It took 15 minutes of whittling away at it while Smog glowed and the water steamed. The area was still full of noise, lights, cars, sirens, and water, but around us, people were quiet as they watched us work. Stop for a second. I think I have it broken off behind the rip. I panted as I spoke. The offerings weren't large to do this, but there had been many, and I was back to being bald again. I'd sunk down to the ground at some point and leaned against Tersane's coils while Caroline braced me from the side. I tested the rip, learning its price. With a sigh, I sliced my arm, blood instantly welling up. Caroline gave a low rumble of displeasure, but I ignored it and offered it up. The rip resisted, but the force that had been holding it open was gone. With a pop, it snapped closed. The release of tension rocked me back a bit, and I was glad for the coils behind me. Is it always like this? Tersane asked as I greedily drank from my protein drink. Like what? I managed after draining the bottle. The people, the difficulty, you offering blood. Her tone was too neutral, even as Caroline began to lick my arm. People, not usually. The other, yes. I don't have anything else to offer. Hair is gone, nails are to the quick, and I offer up the top layer of dermis so often I should never get wrinkles. Why? I didn't bother looking at her. It would have taken too much effort. The cost to you is much greater than I would have guessed, even seeing you so worn and ancient. Tersane sounded more contemplative than upset. I choked back a laugh at that comment and let her continue. I believe we may be wrong about what needs to be done, but we have no other path, and magic has said you are the answer. Explain that to me? Why do you say that? Well, she trailed off, and I looked up to see her looking at the gathered crowd. Their expressions were a mix of wonder, horror, astonishment, worship, and fear. It made my skin crawl. Yes, perhaps not here. Zmog, you good? I knew I should be more formal with the dragon, but frankly, I didn't have the energy. I am well, though that was more than I have ever possessed. My scales will glow for weeks. Perhaps Onyx would be interested in a mating flight and another nest of hatchlings. I stared at her. What? The comment was so unlike her, and Stenia began to snicker. Yes, a mating flight. A flight, new eggs. I shall go. Don't forget the favor you owe, Herald. She turned and sliced the air, and reality ripped. With a wave of her tail that barely missed multiple people, including me, she walked in and disappeared. What just happened? I asked, staring at the empty space and the ground that seemed to have fused into glass. Processing all that heat has stirred up her hormones. I do hope Onyx is ready for what is headed his way. Tursane's voice was oh so prim, but I saw the twitch at the corner of her mouth. Are you telling me processing heat and dumping it made her horny? I blurted, ignoring everyone staring at us. Horny? Tursane considered it and laughed. Yes, hornier than a herd of unicorns. I expect a clutch of eggs in the near future. People were beginning to inch toward us, and I had no energy to deal with them. I pulled out the annoying phone, not mine, the other one, and called Yolanda. Yes? Her voice was anxious, and I looked at how close the cooling lava had come to the tanks. Too close. But it was cooling, so the tanks should be safe. It's done. Nothing exploded. Cleanup will be a bitch, but it is moving cold lava. Magma, whatever it is called when it quits moving. Not anything else. Maybe they can create a new market for pumice stones? I said blearily at the pile of still steaming rock. Or weird art? Thank Merlin. Are you okay? She asked next. I'm back down to blood, but I pulled in help. Still, I'll need another week, and you've got to get these people to start thinking outside the box. Don't you have any mavericks that are always in trouble because they don't think straight? I did. Their names were Cori Munroe, O'Shaughnessy Sato, and Scott Randolph. You're the only ones still in play for the most part. I groaned and thumped my head back on Tursane. Whatever. I'm headed home, and yes, before you start reading the reports, there were 2 Gorgons and 1 dragon. No one died, no one was turned to stone, nothing blew up. Bye. My finger hit the disconnect button before she could respond. My place? I managed to push myself up. This had been much easier. Honestly, someone else could have closed this if they had approached it correctly. The overly direct scientific approach to problems that all magic users were taught was creating this problem, and it wasn't one I could fix. But seriously, they needed people who could think outside the box, not just follow the plan. Whoa. I wobbled and almost fell over as I'd been paying too much attention to my internal thoughts than where I was walking.
Careful. Here, step in.
Caroline nudged me forward, and I saw the welcoming brown of the house. I wobbled in, making sure to move so I wouldn't block the others coming after me. I made a beeline to the fridge, grabbed another protein drink, and stood there with the door open as I drank. Only after that was gone did I slide the backpack off and get some water. I was parched and still needed calories. I had worked on drinking the water, but what food? Oh, yes, the cooler bag. I turned after getting a full glass of water to look at the 2 Gorgons staring at me. What?
You are the strangest being, Cori Munroe,
Tursane said mildly. Stenia, meanwhile, was looking around with wide eyes. Only to you, I countered. I reached down and pulled out the cooler bag Marisol had given me. The protein drink helped, but I wanted real food.
You are very strange, my queen. That might be why I chose you. Now go sit. talk.
He chivied me toward the sunroom, the fireplace, and my chair. Chapter 22. AIN, or the American Indian Nation, remains shrouded in secrecy. Everyone knows the story of how they seceded from the nation, but the ramifications of that are still murky. There are areas that planes cannot fly, roads have to detour across, and entire swaths of land are unavailable. The United States has been trying since 1901 to reassert communications with the people inside. We have no knowledge of what their lives are like, though we have various reasons to believe they are alive in there. The question becomes, when the walls come down, what will happen then? CNN Mage Focus. I kicked off shoes and my jacket, grabbed the blanket sitting there, and curled up. Logs lay in the fireplace, ready to go. Caroleon scratched them, and they burst into flame. Another odd way he could use his magic. Whatever. I'd worry about it after I solved all this. The two Gorgons looked around, uncertainty on their faces, and they were shivering. Sit or curl. There are blankets. Feel free to use them. I waved at the chairs and blankets that were there. We all loved the fireplace, but Hamadio was not a big fan. Hence the only one was here in the room exposed to the outside. Something she could cut off and destroy at a moment's notice if the fire threatened her. But that did mean in February it was still cold, hence the blankets. It took them a minute, and I felt like a horrible hostess. But standing and getting them tea or snacks wasn't really possible right now, and it wasn't Hamadio's job to be my servant. I had my cooler bag, and already the eggs were calling my name. Caroleon, can you grab a plate and put some of the prepped sushi on a tray for them? The idea flicked through my mind. He stopped mid-stretch, heaved a sigh, and left the room. He came back a minute later, walking on 3 legs with a large platter full of pieces of fish, something he despised. It meant I was more exhausted than I thought, or he was more worried than I realized.
Here,
he said, setting it down on a low table. Then he went back to find a seat by the fire. If you need something to drink, please feel free to get anything you want in the kitchen. There's water, wine, or you can make tea. I'm just too tired right now. I sipped on my water, trying to remember the topic. Oh, yes, magic.
I'm fine,
Tersane murmured. Stenia shook her head, but she was looking around at everything. First time here? I didn't want to say the mortal world. That sounded way too much like it was something out of a movie.
Yes, Tersane traveled more when she was younger, but I never did.
There were so many questions I wanted to ask, but I let them go. Maybe someday, if I survived this. Tersane, what do you mean magic marked me? I drank more water, feeling the dryness start to fade. I had an internal mantra, chanting to myself to heal and grow. Then I pulled out an egg and sprinkled the seasoning on it, my mouth watering for the flavors. Tersane had pulled a blanket, a pink and purple one that Jazz loved, up to her shoulders, and the snakes kept trying to get their heads under the blanket. It was adorable. She snuggled in tighter, a frown on her face.
It is like there is a glow to you. No, that isn't right.
She furrowed her brows harder, trying to think. I just let her, as I got trying to explain things there weren't words for.
Have you ever met someone and just known they were powerful? That the way they move or held themselves meant they were someone to take notice of?
I nodded at that. Stephen was that way. Even when I wanted to strangle him, he had that aura of power and command that few people could resist.
You have that with magic. You radiate power, yet there isn't the arrogance of myself or Salastra. You exist, yet are so solid it is like we know we can lean on you because you can't move.
Tersane sighed, trying to figure out how to explain.
When I look at you, I feel safe knowing you will rescue me. That magic will never reject your pleas.
Stenia's comment pulled both my attention and Tersane's to her. She flushed but continued.
Your magic is so solid that I want to bask in your presence. You are a queen. It is why I chose you. You are a queen that attracted other queens.
Caroleon didn't move from where he'd laid down in front of the fire. His ruby coat reflected the light from the flames. Queen. You've always called me that. It isn't queen, it's queen. Why? This was something I tried to get him to explain before. Maybe this time he would.
Ah, yes. You are a queen, and magic is part of your power.
Tersane's eyes lit up, and she smiled, making her beauty expand.
That was the word I was looking for.
That tells me nothing. What is a queen? I was exasperated, but at the same time, it was starting to make sense. Except why would they think I was that person, or that powerful?
Queen is a leader, someone that puts her pack before anything else. You put everyone before you. You will do anything, be anything to protect and save the ones you love. And you love everyone. You don't know how to hate. Even the parents who turn from you. You don't hate. You are queen. You created a family with Joe and Sable, molding them into equal queens by your very existence.
His voice rumbled through my mind and heart as he sent feelings too. Pride, honor, sacrifice. I didn't know if I should be horrified, scared, or honored. Please tell me you don't see me as some sort of god. That much I knew I didn't want. Tersane laughed.
No, not even a prophet. By your rules, I am a demigod in that my realm is mine, just as Esmir's is hers. You are a lightning rod that magic is pulled to, but you can control the strikes. You are change. You are a queen no matter how much you've never believed that about yourself.
I sighed, sprinkled another egg with tagine and popped it into my mouth, letting the sharp citric acid and salt burst on my taste buds. It still doesn't make sense, but I get the feeling I'm still core catastrophe. Tersane shrugged.
I would think blessed by Janus is a better way to look at it. Change is always scary and overwhelming. You are just the one that causes us to change. Look at me.
Her voice had moved to an attitude of abstract thought. What do you mean? Tersane rubbed her nose a bit before speaking.
Just your presence, the way you treat everyone, has made me softer, more willing to try new things. It has been a long time since I left my grotto for more than meetings or to deal with idiots like how you first met me. I can't remember the last time I visited anyone besides another lord before you entered my life. Now, I've been to Earth more times than I can think. I've had visitors to my grotto. Even my sister has emerged. Esmir is calmer and softer than I remember her being in a long time. You trusted us with your children.
She paused, and the snakes peppered kisses over her chin and neck in an act of reassurance.
If you had meant ill will, I fear what the results might have been. Your presence, your queenness has changed even Salastra.
But that is good? I felt off balance and grabbed a cheese stick out of the bag, peeling off the plastic to take a bite.
It is change. Cori, I have been alive about 1,500 of your years. In my youth, I visited what you now call Greece and Italy. I turned anyone who annoyed me to stone and never thought about it. I quit bothering to visit about 1,000 years ago. I stayed happy in my own little world. Nothing has changed for almost 1,000 years. and then you appear.
She waved her hand to take in the house and everything.
Now, everything has changed.
Stenia smiled and looked at her sister.
You are more fun now. You were in danger of going to statue. Now you have energy and excitement. I prefer this.
Tersane grinned, her obsidian teeth the shock they always were.
Me too. So there you go, Cori. You are marked by magic, and we see it, or feel it, or know it. It just is.
They hadn't really answered my question, but they had. I knew Jo and I were going to be best friends the first day I met her, and apparently so had she. I'd known who to steer away from sometimes before they said anything. Maybe it was all the same thing. A feeling, a presence. I laughed to myself as I realized I was using the same words as they were. Then, I guess that is that. Though it doesn't help with the rips. Which way will be better to deal with the excess magic? Trying to close rips or the pocket realms? Another egg was calling to me, but I need to nap soon. That had required energy, both the magic and dealing with people.
Trying to close the rip was draining. It never occurred to me they could be that difficult to close. How did you figure out how to close it?
She was back to frowning at me. Oh, fighting with the 3 water ones I've run into helped. It is much easier to shut it if you don't have a flow keeping it open. I knew that lava becomes solid if it gets cold. I just didn't have enough offerings to do that and close it, especially if there was more than I could see. I figured Zmog as a dragon would work well with fire. I was right. I snorted in amusement at a memory. Though maybe I should have charged her for the aphrodisiac I apparently gave her. But with the flow stopped and broken off, I managed to close it. It still wasn't cheap, but less costly than I feared.
I would have spent all my energy trying to close it, never thinking to stop the flow first. See, the Herald,
Tersane said with a teasing smile. No, just more experienced at thinking outside the box, which is something they have got to start doing. I'm seeing downsides to only formal magic education.
Oh?
Stenia said, looking interested. And I wondered if they, or any of the other denizens, would be interested in our education system. They felt magic more than ordered it. But assuming the laws of physics were still followed, knowing how things worked might make magic easier for them too. Yes, by law, as soon as we emerge, we go to school to be educated. I was educated outside of that and had to work before I was pulled into that system. I think having to make ends meet made me more open to options. I shook my head. It doesn't matter, but it might become a problem if I can't figure out how to stop this.
Ah, are there books?
It was a subtle hinting request from her, and Stenia and I smirked. Sure, I'll get you some, in trade for some of the grappa I was offered previously. I think it would make an excellent present for friends. I was pretty sure Stephen would enjoy trying something so different. Stenia's face lit up, and I realized she was almost as beautiful as Tersane, just in a different way.
Done! I make a lot of the grappa, so I can make some for you and put it in pretty bottles.
Deal. Just give me a week or two. I need to order them. But right now, crap! I stared at Caroline, worried that I'd caused my partner's stress. Caroline, please let Jo and everyone know I'm home safe. I didn't tell them. Guilt racked me as I tried to unwind the blankets from me and stand up. They were probably freaking out. It was thoughtless of me. He laid stretched out by the fire.
I let them know as soon as we stepped back home. Amadia knows as well. All is good. I told them you had visitors and then you would be taking a nap.
His ear twitched toward me.
And I believe it is time for you to do that.
I sagged as the stress evaporated. Probably. Thank you for trying. Tersane, I'll need to keep working on it.
It was an interesting change of pace. I shall practice to see if there is something I didn't do correctly.
Tersane nodded at me and rose, letting the blanket fall back down to the dismay of her snakes.
I could roam the realm and look for rips from our side,
Stenia said as I was trying to get up.
It might be easier, and maybe I can close them before they become an issue.
I wobbled as I stood and looked at her. That would be a great help, and would provide some relief if you managed to close any. Please let me know. They both nodded and slipped out to go home. I headed up to my bed, barely managing to take off my shoes and pants before I crawled in. 2 weeks hadn't been enough, but I had a bad feeling it wasn't going to get much better. Chapter 23.
As more and more mages are being pushed to their breaking points to close rips, the question arises of familiars and what happens when a mage dies. We know from anecdotal stories that their grief is real and as devastating as losing a spouse. However, they rarely are seen after the death. It isn't known if they go back to the realm or if they, like so many animals, go somewhere to die alone.
Magic explained. The house felt empty without the kids and the Quetzos, and I missed the sound of the car pulling up and knowing I was about to be invaded. It meant I headed over to the Tudor house in the evenings, and Marisol fell into a pattern of joining me for lunch at least 3 times a week. She'd been making friends and was developing a social life, of which all the Guzmans were delighted. Caroline took her back to Georgia when she requested, which was really only about once a month. Caroline spent all his time coddling me. I put on 10 pounds in 2 weeks and had almost reached a point where I felt like I could walk down the stairs without issue. I decided to start taking the long way to the Tudor house. It would help me build up my strength again. It was early afternoon, and I was contemplating a nap. Those had gone a long way to helping me get back up to where I needed to be. Shay gave me regular updates on the library, but while everyone was looking, there wasn't much about Atlantis. I began to suspect they had their own library, and when the island or continent was destroyed, so was that knowledge. An idea had been glimmering at the edge of my mind, but I'd not been able to get it to come into clarity. It seemed like every time I was about to put pieces together, I'd get distracted. It was harder and harder to keep myself on task. I really hoped at some point that would change. I missed the old purpose-driven Cori. "Herald, I call in your favor!" The words blared through my mind, filled with panic and anger. I reeled back in my chair as I tried to deal with the assault on my mind. "Smog? What is wrong?" The mental voice had been so anguished I wasn't sure it was her. "Yes!" The response was a snarl of anger and fear. I found myself standing and heading to my room. This wouldn't be good. "What is wrong? What do you need?" I let the stairs carry me up and started pulling on my adventuring clothes. It had become a uniform at this point. Caroline stood next to me, his tail lashed back and forth as we waited for her response. It came slower than I expected, and I had managed to get dressed before she responded. "Teatang is hurt. He will not come home. His mage is in a rage and he is frantic. You must protect him. He cares too much about that human." She spit out that last word like it was foul, and I wondered what had happened between her and Shishi. "I will go there. Any other information?" I put Caroline's harness in my pack and then headed downstairs for my food supplies. The odds were low I would need them, but I worked very hard not to make assumptions. For now, his harness shouldn't be needed. Another long delay, then her voice snarling in my mind. "No, they cannot go there. I'm too full of eggs and I will not risk them." The level of anguish in her voice surprised me. The familial relationships in the realms weren't consistent, another thing I didn't understand. Congratulations? I managed to send that without laughing. It seemed Tersane had been correct. Thank you. There was the tiniest lessening of anger with that. But go to my son. This fulfills the favor you owe me. Make sure he is well. I will. My response was immediate. I would have gone regardless of the favor. Tietang was my friend too. Let me know. Zmog replied, this time a bit less frantic. Yes. I agreed and turned to Caroline. Can you find him?
Always. He is a friend.
He studied me, but nodded.
You look better, but not hale. I miss hiking with you.
I sighed and rubbed an ear. Me too. I ran over everything in my mind and sighed. I'm ready. You? He didn't answer, just opened a rip, and we stepped through into the crossroads. The entrance sealed, and a moment later, another rip appeared. He went through first, and I followed into Bedlam. Soldiers, mages, civilians were running around screaming, and I could see Tietang laying on the ground of the courtyard we were in. Even from here, I could see the gouge in his side and the blood leaking. Shit, I whispered, and headed to him. I managed to get within 3 feet of him when soldiers and mages jumped in front of me, hands or weapons up and pointed at me. I froze. Caroline?
This is the mage friend of Shishi. I am a friend of Tietang. Let us through.
The power of his voice stunned me slightly, and I had to shake my head to get past the effects. They looked at me, then him, and one of them, a man in a uniform with lots of ribbons, said something so rapid it sounded like a string of discordant music.
Yes, let us through.
Peace. They are here for me.
Tietang's voice was a pale shadow of his normal exuberance. Something in it made people move, and I headed toward him, dropping to my knees, not at all gracefully, at his side. Tietang, what happened?
Kellyanne, can you fetch Shishi, please?
The dragon's voice whispered across my mind. Caroline snarled and turned to me.
Do you have enough offerings to sidestep if there's an attack? If you don't have time to draw blood?
I blinked at that and assessed. Sidestepping wasn't expensive, but I was low. My hair had grown out, though, and it was enough for me to do that. Yes.
You flee if anyone attacks you.
His words were harsh as he turned back to Tietang.
You owe me.
He jumped before I'd finished processing the words, disappearing. The dragon barely moved.
Yes, more than I can pay.
I did a quick assessment on him. Tietang was more snake-like than his mother, though I'd been assured by multiple people their anatomy was closer to a long lizard. His mustache tentacles were covered with blood and lay drooped against his face, the brown red jarring against his pure red scales. I'm going to look at your wound. It's going to hurt. I couldn't even think of a way to make it not hurt, so I didn't bother. From behind his left front arm to a foot from his back leg, a gash ran down the length of his body. Organs and bone were visible as it gaped open. Shit, was a litany under my breath. The only good thing I could see was that none of the organs looked ruptured, but the blood loss wasn't good. Tell me what happened. I had basic first aid in my bag, but stitching up a wound of this size, I needed a mage, and I needed someone to follow my orders. Making a list in my head about what I needed, I dug out gloves as Tietang began to whisper in my mind.
There was a dare to the wilds of chaos. Creatures came swarming in and were killing people. The mages were trying to get here in time, but I couldn't let people die. This is my land, my home.
The weight of the words sunk down in my mind, and I understood how he felt, though I felt it for this planet. My guilt at not doing enough sank a bit deeper. I needed to think outside the box. I pressed his organs back into his body, ignoring his high cries. It had to hurt like hell, and there wasn't anything else I could do. Then what happened? I encouraged him to talk. It would distract him. I moved and straightened, hoping Shishi would get here soon.
I attacked. I killed many.
There was a bit of pride in his voice at that.
But there were dozens. They swarmed on me. They ran on 2 legs with long tails, feathers, beaks, and sharp claws. So many that I couldn't move quick enough. They were susceptible to the guns. I was down and the army protected me, but it took them longer than I could hold off as they closed the rip. Our mages are strong.
The description made me lift my head and look around, trying to see what he meant. There, laying about 40 feet away, was a creature that, for all the world, looked like a dinosaur. I squinted, hoping I was seeing things. It looks like a velociraptor mixed with a rooster. I tried to think about what it could be, but nothing jumped to mind. It was a monster. I left it at that.
The pain became too great, and I collapsed. How did you know?
Because your mother sent me. She is not happy and would be here, but she said she was too full of eggs. Tia Tang's tail twitched.
She has bred? That is wonderful. She had refused since my disappearance. I'll be a sibling.
The amount of joy in that had me glancing at his head out of the corner of my eyes. Maybe I was making more of a change than I should have. I had everything in and had created staples of flesh to hold it together. But if I was going to do more, I'd need my blood. I'd spent what little I had. This whole situation made me respect and understand better the what-if attitudes of older mages. I seemed to live in the what-if world and could never have enough offerings. A slash of pain, and then Caroline was there. "You are uninjured?" His immediate question made me smile. I haven't moved, and they have all just been watching me since Tia Tang said something. "Tia Tang!" The shout came from my right, and I looked over to see Shishi, collapsed next to his head, a stream of words rushing out as she petted him.
She did not want to come, believing that I was lying. Her anger is potent.
I snorted. Too bad. If she wants Tia Tang to live, she'd better listen to me because he is losing a lot of blood. I've been trying to seal off the leaking arteries, but I was just about out. Will you translate for me?
Yes,
he said without hesitation.
Yes, she will listen. I will make her.
The weak voice of Tia Tang floated through my mind. Too faint, too weak. Okay. Shishi, I need you. I'm going to guide you through sealing up this wound. You have enough pattern to pull it off, but you need to get over here and listen to me. The translations were like hearing a soft echo of her words. I could hear them in my mind and ears. It was oddly disorienting, but I pushed through. I refused to lose a friend. Worst case, I'd have Caroline bite me. He could help with the healing, but I needed the structure put back together first.
This is all your fault. If you had never consorted with the monsters in the other realm, this wouldn't be happening.
The acid in her voice was impressive. I didn't care. That is actually a possibility, but somehow I think something else would have happened. Right now, if you want Tia Tang to live, you need to get over here and follow my instructions.
I am the Empress. I do not listen to mages that think they are better than me.
She spat out the words, but her hand trembled as she petted his head. Then he dies. Come help me save him, because if he dies, your empire will crumble.
Listen to her, my flower. She has been our good friend. Your pride and fear are blocking you. Learn from her.
Tia Tang's voice was smooth, cajoling, and way more adult than I'd ever heard from him. Did everyone in my life have multiple personalities?
You promise you are trying to save him?
She rose, staring at me. All the uniformed people around us knelt as she stood there, her robes declaring her rank. I promise. She stared at me for a long time. Seconds ticked by and I felt his heartbeat struggling. Something in her face crumbled, and she rushed over to me.
Show me what to do.
Shishi was about a decade older than me, So she was in her late 40s, I thought. Her smooth skin gave no hint as to her age. Part of me wondered if Tietang was the only person she could love and trust in her life. The idea of living like that, always being a political puppet and wondering what someone wanted, sounded exhausting. The love I received was something I never took for granted, and I needed to tell them that more often. Okay, I'm going to hold the skin together. Reach in with pattern and see the cells that have been torn asunder. I want you to find them and start to repair. As you go, there will be blood vessels broken and leaking. Connect them again, removing any blocks as you go. It doesn't have to be good, just sealed. We worked slowly to put Tietang together, while around us a tempest of activity swirled as people rushed to clean up the dead creatures in the aftermath of the rip. The entire time, Caroline prowled around us, snarling at anyone who dared to get too close. Chapter 24. The autopsies of 3 of the realm creatures have been compared. While they are related to earthen creatures, the differences are startling. Larger brain cavities in all, comparable frontal lobes, and brain weight comparable to dolphins. The few non-mammalian creatures have a distributed nervous system that has synapse speeds 5 times faster than any Earth analog. Presentation to Biological Studies Symposium. It took us a solid hour to repair the laceration down Tietang's side. Caroline licked the wound as we closed it, the odd healing of the cath kicking in. I monitored Tietang's heartbeat and asked Shishi to get him water. She snapped out words that Caroline didn't bother to translate, and minutes later water was set in front of the dragon's snout. We talked as we worked, slowly and carefully, and I got a better picture of the woman. I shouldn't have refused her back at the beginning. She had wanted to be friends, and I avoided the effort, scared of getting drawn into more political games. In hindsight, that was stupid. If I had, maybe this would all be different. Are we all this stupid when we are young? Food and drink were brought to us. It took a long time, not because Shishi didn't try or that she was resistant, but she didn't have any training, and I don't believe she'd ever seen a wound before. Plus, there was trying to explain some concepts. Even though communication between Tietang and Caroline was almost seamless, not all words translated. Epidermis, cellular structure, and cell regeneration took a bit of back and forth to make sure the concepts were communicated clearly. Night had fallen, and they had lamps up around us by the time we finished. I'd kept track. The wound down Tietang's side had been 9 feet long and went up and down as he had writhed, trying to get away from the monsters. Caroline had informed me they were cockatrices and were definitely different from basilisks.
I've done all I can. He should heal. A bite from terracine snakes would be helpful, though.
Caroline sat next to me, and his whiskers drooped, displaying exhaustion as bad as my own. That stopped me. I could ask. She would come. At this point, it wasn't a secret, but that would be granting a favor. Shishi, there is someone I could ask to come help, but it would cost me a favor. Every time I said her name, everyone around me bristled, but I just ignored them. A favor? Her eyes narrowed at me. She wore kohl around them, so they looked dangerous, brooding. How big of a favor? Very big, I said. In some ways, Shishi understood this better than I did. The idea of bartering for assistance. It still felt wrong. I wasn't perfect by a long run, and the number of times I had resentment at having to stop and help someone when I was in the middle of things at work or home was endless. But I did it, because you helped people. That attitude was always why I would have never made a good cop. She tilted her head and looked at her sick familiar. I was sure Tietang would live, only because the denizens didn't seem susceptible to our bacteria. If he had been a human, we would have needed IVs full of antibiotics. Could I provide the favor or pay the cost? No clue. I can ask. What would you provide? We sat there on the ground, soaked in blood, our clothes covered with blood, dirt, and sweat. My bald head gleamed in the lights they had set up around us, and I'm sure the pictures had already made it to the press by now. I'd have to deal with that later. She bit her lip and thought. Who is the person? A Gorgon? Her name's Tursane. I'd given up and leaned back on Caroline. I knew I should go home, but standing up seemed like a lot of work, so I laid there a bit. Ah, yes. She has been mentioned much in my security briefings. I arched an eyebrow at that. I hadn't offered them away yet. Being the subject of security briefings didn't really surprise me, but Tursane? The subject wasn't worth worrying about at this point. Yes, I have a silk scarf woven by hand by the great Chinese artist Zhen Li Song. It is an image of Tietang, the dragon of China. It is one of a kind and costs thousands. Do you have a picture of it? She pulled out a phone and flipped through her pictures. It took her a long time. Finally, she held the phone out to me. There was a scarf that had to be 6 feet long and woven in brilliant silk colors. Tietang flowed across it as if alive, his brilliant reds popping against the pale blue background. I had framed it and hung it on the wall as a work of art. I can ask. One moment. She nodded and went back to petting her familiar, who lay quietly just breathing. He wasn't asleep, and I didn't know if that was good or bad. Tursane, Shishi, Empress of China, wishes to know if you would trade some healing bites for this. I sent an image of the scarf. It is very valuable and unique. There was a mental sound of curiosity. You never fail to provide unique challenges. Tell her yes. Will you bring me? I'll ask Caroline. Thank you, Tursane. I levered myself up to sitting. Caroline, can you go get Tursane, please? I looked at Shishi. Let everyone know that a friend is coming through. She is a Gorgon. They are not to shoot or react. I will not be pleased if any of them try to hurt my friend. I layered those words with every ounce of steel I had. Caroline sighed as he stood and stretched. Someday you and I shall have a quiet life of woodland hunts and long sleeps. He licked the side of my face and I smiled. Shishi, she is powerful. Do not threaten her. He stepped into a rip and was done before she could react. She stared at me, then called out in a loud voice, giving sharp orders, and people responded to her words. I had no idea what she said, but the results were obvious as everyone pulled back and turned around facing outward. That wasn't a bad option. A minute later, Tursane came out, much warier than she had been at the oil refinery. She turned, watching around her, her face trembling on the edges of the creature she could be. But everyone kept their backs to us, and Shishi stood slowly. I watched her inspect Tursane and kept my mouth shut. You are more beautiful than the report suggested. The mythology called you a monster. Her words weren't accusatory, more questioning. The past is mostly written by men. They fear what they do not understand. Tursane arched a brow at the woman, treating her as equal. That made a smile break across Shishi's face. Yes, they do. I do not have the scarf with me. A flicker of worry crossed her face. I trust you will have it delivered to me, Tursane said simply. Shishi sagged a bit at that, and waved at Tietang. Can you help? Yes, but it will look like I'm hurting him. I snickered, remembering when she had to help Caroline after an explosion. I almost lost it. Warning someone was a very good idea. Very well. Shishi nodded and moved to Tietang's head, gently petting it. He'd fallen unconscious a minute ago, and I had no idea how badly we'd hurt him. Yet one more thing I'd never had the time to study: how to create painkillers in a body for surgery. Tursane ran her fingers along his side and down the bloody sections. We'd sealed the skin, but the job would have a nasty scar. She leaned down, and 2 snakes struck out and bit him, pumping their venom into him.
That should help. It will not make a miracle recovery, but that should allow his body to heal faster. I also added a painkiller.
Indeed, his body relaxed. Thank you. I couldn't figure out how to do that. Shishi also looked relieved, though she was much more inscrutable than I would ever be.
He will be better?
Yes. I'd say he should be able to move in a few hours. One venom was a painkiller. The other concentrated nutrients with blood replenishment chemicals. You did a good job putting his hide back together. If there is no damage to the internal organs, I see no reason he shouldn't be fine. We tend to heal fast.
Tersain smiled gently at Shishi.
Thank you, Honored One. I will get the scarf to Cori as soon as I can.
Shishi darted a glance at me, checking if that was okay. I nodded. That works. Tersain, I'll let you know when I have it. Then we can decide how to get it to you. Tersain nodded regally, obviously not worried about her payment. It made me wonder how many denizens had dozens of favors owed to them, or that they owed to others that were simply never collected on. I glanced at my arm, and the 2 favors still left Salastra, and the 3 Tersain owed me. Such a frustrating system.
Be well.
She turned, and a rip opened, waiting for her, and she slithered into it. Shishi started to slump, but caught herself and straightened. She shouted out to the people around to get a tent and blankets for the Dragon of China. People exploded into action, and she turned to me. The woman who'd spent the last hour helping me heal her familiar was gone. In her stead was the Empress of China. I bit back a sigh. Shishi, I almost like. The Empress was a pain.
Cori Munroe, I thank you for your assistance with the Dragon of China. You and your familiar were instrumental in saving his life. How can I repay your assistance?
Her tone was overly formal, and her hands were tucked in her sleeves, making her appear even more constrained. I opened my mouth to spew some bullshit about being honored to assist and that no payment was needed. I stopped as I looked around. Empress, as you may know, I'm trying to find the source of these tears and stop them. Her eyes narrowed as she focused on me. The personnel that had gathered near her snapped their attention to me as well. Apparently, they had not known. I would like to know how you have been managing to close the tears. As you can see, I have exhausted myself fighting them. I ran a hand over my bald scalp and then put it back down to find Caroline waiting there. She blinked rapidly, glancing at Caroline, then me. It took what seemed like forever before she responded.
We have teams of 5. 2 are spirit mages that work in concert. They each take an end of the rip and start closing it. The other 3 either eliminate the forces holding it open or creatures emerging. We have also found that throwing grenades into the openings help to make them easier to close. The explosions seem to destabilize the force keeping it open.
That bit of information was new. And the missiles?
Those are used when there are creatures like these coming out.
She waved at the dead denizens around us.
Or the rip is higher than we can easily reach. Any that are above 30 meters will use various ordinances.
I could see a man in a soldier uniform with what I took to be high-raking marks on his collar, wincing as she spoke, but he didn't stop her. Thank you. That information is very interesting. I paused, trying to figure out how to phrase my next sentence. I would request that the use of missiles be carefully monitored. One of the last sets that was sent in, though I know not if it was from China or Russia, landed in a populated area and killed a few denizens. The rips are small, localized events, and if the missile continues to fly much past 10 feet, it is past what is creating the opening. She looked at me, then her general. He switched his eyes back and forth between me and Tietang.
Understood.
He finally snapped out through clenched teeth.
Thank you for that information, Madame Munroe. We shall take that into consideration. Once again, thank you for your assistance.
With that last word, she turned her back on me. My head was throbbing. I wanted my chair and hot chocolate. Home, please? My hands rubbed on his head. He had been only quiet the entire time.
Yes,
was his only comment as we stepped through the rip he made back into the house. Chapter 25. As the rips between our plane and the others increase, the responses to these incursions are becoming more vital. China uses 5-man teams stationed every 100 miles in densely populated areas, while Russia has multiple strike teams made up of mages and their own hunters. But some of the worst rips have taken up to 20 mages to control. We rely on one woman, and from the news snapshots of her, she's becoming increasingly frail and worn. The United States will need to start replicating China and Russia soon, or the death toll is going to increase. CNN report. I'd spent enough energy on Tietang that I crashed almost the moment we got home. The only thing I did was let Smog know her son was fine. Her reply was, "Excellent." Then she hung up on me. Who knows what that meant? Wednesday, I was looking at all the research the various mages had come up with from the library, and it was all fascinating. But none of it gave me any ideas. They talked about mentions of Atlantean religious practices, how 1 and 3 were considered special numbers, that phoenixes appear all through history and cultures, but they are only mentioned as wondrous, magical creatures. Nothing about rips, or how to stop or repair them. I sat in my study, remnants of breakfast by my side, and Caroline grooming himself in the window seat. Everyone seemed to be sure I'd starved to death by myself, so the refrigerator and freezer were full of calorie-laden meals that I just needed to throw in the microwave. If I'd been in any other condition, I might have protested. Maybe. The food was much better than what I'd have made for myself. But given the current situation, I was just grateful. If this ever stopped, I'd have to be careful because I'd be gaining weight like crazy. I forced my mind back to the topic at hand, which was, I didn't have any information. "I think it's time," I said out loud even as I cringed just thinking about how much this was going to hurt.
"4?"
Caroline asked.
"I think a walk would be good. The weather's nice."
He had stopped to peer out the window, and he wasn't wrong. "Well, a walk will be part of it, but I need to go talk to Bob." Caroline whipped his head around to stare at me.
"No!"
He snarled, his ears back and tail slashing back and forth. "Yes, there isn't any place else left. I need to talk to him, see if somewhere in the pieces of him is the information I need. If you can think of anyone else, I'll gladly ask them first." I stared at him, open to anything. He fiercely groomed his claws for a minute before sighing and sliding the claws back in.
"Very well, but you must have support waiting for you to get back here."
I didn't argue. I knew that I'd be coming back in bad condition. "I agree. Let's go talk to Marisol."
Tamales,"
he replied as he rolled off the window seat, stretching. "Is that what she is cooking?"
"Yes, I can smell it from here."
I rolled my eyes and got dressed. He slipped into his harness, and I double-checked it. I might need to be holding on to it by the time we got back here, if not worse. Ready for a trip to the realms, I went to the door and pushed the handle down, then pulled it open. I stepped forward into the grayness and out into the hall and the craftsman that Marisol lived in. "Marisol?" I called out as I headed to the kitchen. I could hear her in there, and indeed, it smelled of tamales.
"In here, Cori."
She was in the kitchen wrapping them in corn husks as I walked in. "What's all this for?" I said, looking at the literal piles of tamales. There had to be close to 100.
"Don't you remember?
Angelique's quinceañera this weekend. I'm prepping so we can heat them up later. She handed an unwrapped cooked one to Caroline, who took it and blew on it. Ah, yes. That note was on my calendar. Would you be able to stop and help me in an hour or so? Of course, mi hija. Why wouldn't I? She shot me a look, and I marveled once more at how much more alive she was than she had been a year ago. Moving here had been good for her. I need to talk to Bob. The odds are I'm going to be coming back in bad shape. I'll need some help. I'll be asking Hamadia as well. I hated asking for help, but I just had a feeling this was going to be worse than normal. What do you mean, bad shape? She looked at me, worried as she stopped wrapping the tamales. You have time, but I mean probably screaming migraine, bleeding from the nose, and exhausted. I could be wrong and come back just fine. Why on earth would that happen? Her eyes were wide as she looked at me, her brows furrowed. Talking to Bob is difficult, but I have to. It's getting worse. She stood there, indecisive, then started taking off her apron. Then I'll come with you. I held up my hand. You can't, or you'll be worse off than me. Just come when Caroline calls. You sure? I nodded, trying to look less exhausted than I felt. Then I'll be there. Just be careful, Cori. I will. I left before I could say any more, though there were 2 fresh tamales in my hand, and I noted Caroline had already inhaled the one she handed him. The handle went up, and I walked back into the house. Hamadia, I called out.
Of course I will. When I feel the doorway here, I will be available to assist.
She spoke as she stepped out of the wall. Huh? It took me a second. Oh, you heard?
Yes, I am well connected, and I pay a modicum of attention when the door is used. I enjoy the connection to my daughters.
She spun slightly. Today, flowers coated her body, and her hair was green twigs. Thank you. We'd better get going. I don't think it will take more than an hour or 2. I hope. I didn't mention that I hoped I'd have the energy to get home. It didn't matter. Caroline would get me home. I trusted him. Caroline, do you know where to go? He didn't look at me. His ears were back and his tail snapped like a live wire. But he opened a rip and walked in. I followed and found us at the crossroads. He closed the entry behind us and stared at me.
We are going to the heart of chaos. Walk slowly, and if I tell you to stop, do it. Do not touch anything. Much of chaos is unamicable to human life.
The urge to tease him, to make it all a joke, pulled at me, but I pushed it down and nodded. Got it. He stared at me for a long time, then turned and opened another entry and walked through. I followed. It took me a minute to get my bearings. It felt like a primordial jungle, something you'd see in a movie about dinosaurs. The wetness clung to me, and it was almost hard to breathe. There was green, red, yellow, orange bursting from every corner. Where there wasn't green leaves, there were flowers or other plant life displaying a variety of hues. This is pretty. This is where Bob lives? No, this is the center of chaos. Hello, Cori. Esmir's voice filled my mind, and I turned to see her green form emerge from the jungle. I'd always wondered why she was green. It was such an odd color, especially for a creature that lived on the plains. But now, watching her in this primordial space, the color suddenly made sense. Hey, I take it Caroline told you? Yes. Is there a reason you didn't ask me for this? She didn't sound hurt, just curious. You have asked as much as you can, but I need to be there and follow up with the answers. Ask different questions. I know you have tried, but Bob is the oldest sentient being anyone knows of. I need to ask him directly. We walked down a trail as Esmir thought. If I was in a movie, I'd expect the heavy tread of a dinosaur about to appear behind us. Instead, there was just so much life, and not one of the creatures I saw matched any Earth creature I knew of. There were birds, lizards, snakes, rodents, but different. Sometimes the differences were cute. Other times they were scary. None of them ran at or approached. If anything, I'd say they followed us, watching me as much as I watched them. You are correct that he is the oldest, and I have asked. This shall be interesting. But Cori, she pushed a bit on the last word, and I glanced back to look at her. Don't push too hard. You could die. The matter-of-fact words shook me more than I expected, and a shiver ran down my spine. I know, but we need this information. So be it, she murmured softly. That didn't make me feel any better, but I couldn't send anyone else, and as much as I loved Esmir, I didn't know what to tell her besides what she'd already asked. Instead, I admired the scenery. The diffused light cast shade everywhere, but it wasn't a creepy darkness. It just felt old. It made me feel like an interloper in a world where I was never meant to belong. My hand trailed along Carolian's back. His tail tapped the back of my leg in reassurance. The path we followed got narrower and narrower until we were in a single file. The trees became darker. The air was like breathing in a sauna, and the scent had moved from woody and mossy to fetid and sharp. Sweat trickled down the back of my neck to under my shirt. The lack of hair made it easier and harder. The sweat ran, didn't collect to make me cold or hot, but also meant it traced down the skin, a constant tickling distraction. Carolian stepped to the side, and I frowned, but I took the 2 extra steps and found myself in a clearing. If we had been on Earth, I would have sworn a meteor had landed here eons ago, creating this area. The clearing was almost perfectly circular, and in the center of it was a deep, dark pool. Moss and variations of green covered the ground to the pool. I looked around, but other than the plants surrounding the area, it was just a deep pool. After spending 2 minutes scanning the clearing, looking for something or someone, I gave up and looked at the 2 cats. So, Bob will be here shortly, Esmir replied, sitting on the opposite side of me. My mind was involved with the imagery of me standing there with 2 huge cats sitting on either side of me when the pool began to bulge. Oh, I muttered. For some reason, I'd assumed it was water. Now that I looked at it, I realized it wasn't dark water. It was the same stuff chaos tentacles were made out of. That Bob was. It rippled and bobbed up and down until at the edges nearest us, a blob began to grow. It oozed out toward us, but kept growing up and up until Bob was the same shape and size I'd seen at the Sec Games and at the house when I'd been challenged as the Herald. Bob was big, scary, unknown, and it took concerted effort not to flee. Yes. I caught my breath and breathed through the pain. I had to do this. I'd spent the last few days thinking about this and creating my questions. I couldn't afford to ask anything frivolous. It might kill me. Bob, thank you for being willing to answer my questions. I've been told you have caches of memories that go back to when magic first came into existence, maybe further. Can you go through them and see if you have any that relate to Atlantis? If so, do any of those memories show anything about the undoing? I crossed my fingers. The first question was a yes or no. If I could keep them to yes or no questions, this wouldn't be too bad. Yes, maybe. Each word was like a knife jabbing into my brain. The maybe didn't help. I'd have to figure out what that maybe encompassed. Does it involve Zindia or the Phoenixes? No. That didn't help. I braced myself. What does it involve? Atlantis. The creation was witnessed, as was the destruction. Magic sundered and snapped its bounds. It involved the sacrifice of 3. Remember that. To rebind 3 will once again require sacrifice. What was taken without choice must be repaired with choice. There is no work around available. Every word sliced into me. My knees buckled. The tickling on both sides of my head annoyed me, but I pushed it away. How? Where? It will be revealed when you are ready and willing to sacrifice. Magic must grow more to be ready. You must be ready. The sacrifices must be ready. Its words were more advanced than usual, but that meant every syllable felt like a razor through my mind and psyche. The mossy ground bit into my knees, and I sluggishly realized at some point I'd crumpled. Caroline was holding me up with a low, continuous growl. Esmir was on the other side, but while I could sense her, turning my head to look wasn't that important. I won't kill anyone, I bit out, staring at the blob. Then the worlds will rip each other apart. You are the herald. If you do not bring in the new era, everything will be destroyed. The last words floated across my brain as my body gave up, and I sank into darkness to the sound of a calf snarling. Chapter 26.
Evelyn Crane is the most decorated mage hunter in America. With over 350 confirmed takedowns, she is considered one of the most accomplished hunters in history. She died this past week at the age of 85. No reason for death is given, but she died by herself and never married. A great hunter has left us.
CNN Mage Focus. I whimpered as I moved my head. I felt like I'd been drinking all day, and then decided to top it off with more. I'd heard people talk about hangovers where death seemed preferable, but I rarely drank.
Cori?
A voice said softly. A whimper slipped out as I turned my head toward the voice.
Can you open your eyes?
The voice was familiar, tender, and oh so soft. Eyes. I had eyes. It took me a minute to remember how to open them, but I managed, squinting at the low light. Marisol came into focus, and I managed to smile at her.
Ah, there you are. Good. Do you want some water?
The question seemed silly. I wasn't thirsty, was I? I tried to swallow and winced as my throat cracked. At that point, I realized my mouth felt like the parched desert. I managed a tiny nod, even that making my head pound harder.
Here you go.
She put a straw in front of me, and I sucked in cool water. Nothing had ever felt so good. Another few sips, and I was exhausted and trying not to cry in pain.
Are you in pain?
She asked. I realized my eyes were closed. It took me a minute to remember how to reopen them. Another tiny nod, and she did something outside my vision.
There, the meds should kick in shortly.
That made no sense. I looked around for pills and saw that my arm had tubes coming out of them. Was I supposed to have tubes coming out of my arms? With great effort, I managed to look at one of them as a wave of soothing warmth spread from my arm up to my mind. The agony faded, and I smiled and closed my eyes, falling into sleep again. This time, a warm body and a rumbling purr guided me into consciousness. I opened my eyes, squinting to see Sable seated in a chair next to me, her feet up and a book in her hands. Sable. The word came out as a croak, and she almost threw the book she started so hard.
Cori, you're back. Are you in pain?
I thought about that for a long moment.
Oh.
Again, my voice sounded like I hadn't spoken in years. Here, drink some water. Another straw and water, and it coated my throat, relieving the dryness. Just that bit of water helped me feel better. I lay back, looking around. I was in my room, Sable next to me. Heavy curtains were pulled across the windows. I had IVs in my arm. Caroline lay next to me, still purring. I petted him, that hand not restrained by tubes. What? You sure you're ready to talk? Sable was running her hand up and down my leg as she watched me. I nodded and sobbed as my head exploded in pain. No, I don't think so. She reached up, and this time I watched her fiddle with an IV bag. This will help. I'll see you in the morning. You'll probably feel better then. Warmth spread up my arm and wrapped around the maces battering into my brain. I sighed and closed my eyes. My eyes opened as noise in the room pulled me up. This time the room was full of sunlight, and a woman in scrubs walked back and forth. Jo was standing there in the doorway. I think she's going to be fine. She responded appropriately. Her familiar isn't overly stressed. The biggest question is removing the liquids and catheter. The medical person was talking to Jo. She'll eat that, but let's leave it until tomorrow. We'll have to work to get her back to full strength. Jo looked my direction and must have seen me watching. Hey, Cori, how are you feeling? I blinked and moved my head around. It didn't explode. I wiggled my fingers, toes, and shoulders. It was achy and stiff, but not in pain. Better? It was a whisper, but I answered, yeah, definitely better. She moved over to sit by me as the nurse, at least I assumed that was what she was, wrote things into a table. So, think you're going to stay awake this time? I blinked, but the overwhelming exhaustion wasn't there. I think so. What happened? My hand kept petting Caroline, his warmth and rumble making me feel safe. What do you remember? She countered, watching, and I got the feeling it was more than an idle question. I frowned, trying to answer the question. Images flooded my mind. Bob. Went to talk to Bob. Got answers I didn't like. That I would need to sacrifice 3 for the realms. I frowned, trying to remember. I can't remember anything after that. Jo seemed to sag a bit. Good. Then you really haven't forgotten anything. Caroline and Esmer got you back here. Unconscious, bleeding from your eyes, nose, ears. Your pupils were non-reactive. Contacted Stephen and he got medical personnel out here. Apparently, this happens occasionally when a mage is offered too much. They got you set up here with med, saline, and catheter. I wrinkled my nose at that and instinctively wiggled my hips. Ugh, that's why I feel weird. Better than us trying to use a pep ban. I figure we can leave that in another day until we get real food into you. You were about to get a feeding tube if you'd gone much longer. You don't have fat reserves at this point. At the word food, my body screamed to wake up, and my stomach grumbled. Jo laughed and patted my arm. Mommy is making some broth and tortilla for you. You'll need to go slow. But I figure as soon as you need to do more than urinate, it will be a good time to get that catheter out and see if you can walk. Not enthused at that. But not letting me get dehydrated is a good idea. How long? I glanced at the light coming in. It was at least early afternoon. It's Saturday. I jerked my head to look at her, worried. I've been unconscious for 3 days? We'd gone to see Bob on Wednesday. Meh, mostly. You came around for a few minutes Friday afternoon, then late Friday night. That told us you'd probably be up sometime today. Hence why we had everyone here. Ah, so Caroline, is this where you go? I told you so. I tried to keep my voice a teasing level, but I did feel like he was going to lord over it. Don't expect him to talk to you for a while, Jo said as she got off the bed. Why? I darted a look at her, worried that I'd missed something. He said the mental speak hurt you too much. Until you can talk to him without a twinge of pain, his words may hurt you. She had a sympathetic look, but the fact that she wasn't reassuring me told me I'd be without his voice in my mind for a bit. Caroline? I tried, and choked on air as my brain caught on fire. It felt like my brain was covered with paper cuts, and I just poured hand sanitizer on it. And that is why no mind speak. You need painkillers? She frowned, leaning forward and watching me. I forced myself to breathe through the pain, my heart ratcheting up and down. Maybe. I kept panting as I tried to get the pain to fade. Here. She handed me some pills and a glass of water. A bit less powerful than the IV version, but they are going to pull that after you get some food. I took them gratefully, then laid back, eyes closed, and practiced breathing. If this didn't start to fade, I might be asking for the IV version. You lay there, going down to get you some food. I hope what you got from Bob was worth it. It's been bad. I cracked one eye open, but she was gone before I managed. Bad? What did that mean? I looked around for my phone. I found it, but laid back, letting the pain wash through me over and over. It would be a bit before I tried that again. My hand remained buried in Caroline's fur. The next thing I knew, Joe was shaking me as Sable walked in with a tray. They helped me sit up and talked about the kids while I ate. The chicken soup, while not her normal stew-like consistency, was delicious. Add in homemade tortillas. I ate slowly, but I ate all of it. When I finally finished and I realized the pain had faded, I looked at them. Okay, what does bad mean? They glanced at me, then shrugged. Multiple rips, Joe said. They're struggling to get them closed. The information you passed on from China is helping, but they are reluctant to give grenades out to civilians. Sable picked up. There have been multiple creatures slipping out. Thursday there was even a pack of Cath, but that one Caroline took care of the second Stephen called us. He went over there, and from the news reports, it was like watching a mom tear into her kids. They were all slinking back into the portal, and it closed from the other side. I smiled at that and petted him faster. Good job. That was an easy one, though. There've been a lot of casualties. Joe's voice was grim, and she reached out to hold Sable's hand. They are reactivating anyone with a strong soul. They're struggling to keep up. I wanted to reach out and ask Freya about the pocket realms, but the memory of the pain stopped me. Caroline, are they not doing the pocket realms yet? There was a whisper of talk, and just having it around me seared like I'd held myself too close to a flame. Without intending to, I flinched back from the virtual fire. Oh yeah, no mental talk for you for a while, Joe said, frowning at me. But he said it is starting this week, and that Esmir tore into the cat that came over. They knew better. I felt my energy ebbing, and I leaned back. The soup was all gone, and most of the tortillas. Anything else that I need to know? Sable shrugged. Kids miss you, have cards for you, and even the dragons were checking you out regularly. Stephen said he'd call tonight. I managed to nod, but sleepiness was nibbling at my brain. Go to sleep, Cori. Joe rose up, taking the tray and dropping a kiss on my forehead. Darkness dragged me back down. I opened my eyes to see the dim light through the window. A mug of something hot sat next to me, and Caroline was gone. That loss ached through me, and I looked around for him. Caroline? Panic started to set in for some reason. I struggled, trying to get up. The IV was gone, but the catheter was still there. Cori? Jo stuck her head in. Imani said you were up. Where's Caroline? I asked, almost in a panic. Deep breaths. She moved over and took my hand. You want to get Stephen. I'll be here shortly. She handed the mug to me. Drink, and I'll get you a washcloth. Not like you need to brush your hair. I relaxed when I felt the slash in my mind of a rip. Joe had helped me brush my teeth and gave me a quick sponge bath. We both agreed tomorrow I'd get a real bath. She just tucked me back in bed when Caroline came bounding up the stairs. He stuck his face in my hands, and I rubbed and scratched, fighting back tears. Not being able to talk to him hurt more than I expected. Silly Kath. You left and I didn't know where you were. He licked my hand and jumped up on the bed, pressing against me as he purred.
I'm not sure if you look better or look like shit.
I looked up to see Stephen in the doorway. I look like better shit? I offered. He laughed as he came in and took the chair near my bed.
They sent me pics when you got home. You looked like you'd been beaten. We were worried. Indira sent over some pita bread and megli. She swears she put enough spices to help your blood.
I grinned. Her megli was delicious and mild enough I could probably eat it. Sounds good. Now, what's the bad news?
What? A friend can't come by to see you?
I just lifted an eyebrow at him, my hand still buried in Caroline's fur. Stephen sighed and the attitude of happy humor faded.
The Senate Committee on the RIPS wants to see you.
Why me? I'm not on any of the boards. I avoid politics. That worried me. Yes, I was powerful and often a target, but I avoided politics more than most.
You're the face of it, especially after China.
I'd been right about the pictures. They spread like wildfire, and everyone talked about me. When?
Next Monday. You think you'll be ready?
He looked worried and glanced at the catheter bag still hanging off the bed. If not, I'll go in pushed in a wheelchair. Get me a driver, though. I can't really afford to sidestep. He nodded, and we fell into talking about plans and ideas about the RIPS and what they were trying on the other side. And with every breath, I missed Caroline's comments even as he laid by my side. Chapter 27. News from Australia. 30 dead as the result of a rip that released multiple creatures resembling Komodo dragons, but smaller and faster. Their bites, however, killed within minutes. It took a squad from the military to shoot them before mages could get close enough to close the rip. Calls for a reworking of the gun laws in the territories given this incident. CNN. I took a glorious bath Sunday night after the embarrassment of getting the catheter out. Then came a solid week of physical therapy. While I could walk, and the escalator stairs kept me from becoming overly exhausted, the plan still was to push me into the committee room in a wheelchair. If we were lucky, it might provide me with some sympathy to play on. I managed to get dressed by myself. Jo had decided she was going with me, as she refused to let me go anywhere that far away alone. You sure? This is a stupid reason to miss work. Meh. She waved my argument away. They like me. I have vacation time and my partner's the famous Cori Munroe. I don't think you understand the amount of cachet that gives me. She sounded bitter. Jo? Worry raced through me, and I stumbled to a halt. Huh? She turned and saw my face. Cori, you're famous. We get flack every so often. Lesbians are one thing, but poly? Most people get curious. Then you are you. The woman I love, and I can't imagine not having in my life. But trying to explain our life? She threw her hands up, laughing. How do I tell them the terror, the joy, the wonder, the worry it is made up of? I looked at her hard and saw the worry lines by her eyes. And if I wasn't wrong, there was a trace of silver at her roots. Jo, I reached for her and was terrified when she wrapped around me, holding me tight, a sob escaping. I thought you were going to die. You can't die. You can't. She sobbed into my shoulder. My arms locked around her, and Caroline leaned against us, purring.
I will not let my queen die. Any of my queens.
Caroline said in a near whisper, and a smile spread across my face. I heard him, and it didn't hurt. It was a teeny lie. Joe didn't have spirit, neither did Caroline, so I let it be. It ached a tiny bit, and I was more than willing to suffer that to hear him again. She hugged me even tighter, and I sighed. Joe, I can't lose you, and if I could do anything to let someone else deal with this crap, I would. But my voice cracked. If I don't do this, I might lose you, Sable, the kids. I'll throw myself into lava before I let anything happen to you. You need to be there for those two amazing children. I'm expendable. I kept my voice low, but I meant every word. Of all of them, I was the one that we could lose. None of us are expendable, she snapped, pulling back. None of us. Do you hear that? I'll do whatever is needed for all of us to die in our beds of old age. She looked like she might start yelling at me. I lifted my hand to cradle her face. I know, but sometimes the price of whatever means you don't get to die in bed. Her lips thinned and her hands hurt on my arms. After a moment, she closed her eyes. I know, she whispered. Which means we need to get to D.C. so I can deal with elected idiots. Joe snorted and pulled away. Yes, and I get a front row seat. A car pulled up as we spoke, and I arched a brow. It wasn't a sedan. No, this was a limo. A man and a woman got out of the front seat and walked around to us.
Marilyn Monroe, Archmage Guzman, we are your drivers and assistants today. There's a wheelchair in the back for when you arrive. Let us assist you.
The man spoke even as the woman was opening the door. Before I had a chance to even come up with questions, we were all ensconced in the car, and it was pulling away. Caroline lounged next to me, his head on my lap. Joe sat opposite, watching me with a quirk of a smile on her face. At least they are taking us to the Inquisition in style, she said. The window between us rolled down, and the woman turned to look at us. There's a private plane waiting for us, and there will be another driver waiting for you in D.C. We will be at the airport in 20 minutes. There are snacks and drinks in the refrigerator. Please feel free to help yourself. If you need anything, hit the intercom button located in the panel to Marilyn Monroe's left. With that, Joe and I were effectively isolated. I started laughing, and a moment later she joined me. The stress of earlier, not bleeding off, but changing. Only you, Cori, Joe finally said as she dug in the refrigerator. They've got soda, water, bubbly water, cheese, boiled eggs, and mini bottles of champagne. Well, absolutely not the champagne. With as hard as my body is struggling to process everything, I'd probably be tipsy as can be by the time we arrived there. I took the full sugar soda she gave me. Oh, I don't know. Drunk Cori chewing out a room full of senators would be hilarious. She kept digging through the cupboards. Hey, Caroline, they even have kibble for you. He huffed.
I am not that hungry, thank you.
You've gotten spoiled, I said. The fresh fish had made him picky, though we did still add kibble once a day. It had nutrients the fish didn't, and he knew it.
Yes, it is how I should be. A spoiled, pampered, dangerous creature.
He rubbed his head on my leg a bit, then went back to dozing. The transfer to the plane was just as quick. Even Caroline tolerated the plane ride, mostly because he refused to be away from me. The flight only took 90 minutes, and we were plied with snacks again. I didn't know if they treated everyone that way or if they were that desperate to keep us happy. Joe and I spent the flight just talking. It had been a while since we had this much time alone. We talked about how much she loved the house, the kids, and that they would be in first grade this fall. But mostly, we just talked. We landed at the Reagan airport and people were waiting for us once again. They got us into the next car, another limo with, again, 2 drivers, a male and female. just as quickly and efficiently as the first set. We were in the back and told it would be about 40 minutes to get to the Capitol Hill. Joe and I just snickered at all the 5-star treatment.
We need more date nights,
she said suddenly, staring at me. I don't know why I didn't realize that before. Okay, they are my kids too. Leave them to my tender mercies more often. I shrugged. It wasn't like I didn't enjoy the kids, and I didn't regard it as babysitting. They were mine as much as theirs. No, I mean us. I mean you and Sable. Sable and I get our date nights twice a month, but you don't. Her eyes were direct and excited. But we don't get date nights with you. What are you talking about? She'd lost me. I kept petting Caroline, reveling in having him back in my mind again. His silence had hurt more than Bob's words. I love you. Sable loves you. You're part of us, but we've been forgetting to date you. Sable and I remember to still date each other, but this has been missing. She waved her hand around the inside of the limo. Just us. I didn't realize how much I missed getting you to myself. We need to do that. Give you and Sable date nights. Give the 3 of us time to spend adult time with each other. I've missed you, and this is something I can fix. Warmth spread through me, and I smiled, ducking my head, then looking back up at her. I agree. I've missed this too, and I don't think I realized it. So, when this is all over? No, Joe said instantly. Now, while this is going on, we spend too much time waiting till something is resolved or dealt with or whatever. No, I'm not willing to wait because I almost lost you. I want it all now. She looked at me. Cori, you were just this side of being put in the hospital. But since the only thing you needed was rest, painkillers, and nutrients, they let you stay. I could have lost you. I'm not willing to lose any more time with you, with any of you. I leaned my head back against the seat, looking up at the ceiling and fighting back tears. I put on a touch of makeup and I didn't want it to run. When I thought I'd be able to not start crying, I looked down at her. I would really like that. Good, she said, and started her furious typing on the phone. Okay, done. I have reservations for the 4 of us Friday at a restaurant. Sanchez is going to come over and do a movie night with the kids in the media room, and we are going out to dinner, even if you have to be pushed in a wheelchair. 4? I wondered what I'd missed. Joe snorted. Yes, 4. Did you forget your boyfriend? He's laying on you.
I am not her boyfriend. I am her focus. She is my queen.
Fine, your focus. He is as much your partner as we are, and I'd never think to exclude him. She reached out and tapped his tail with her foot. He'd shed all over my clothes. I laughed, a simple, happy laugh, and for the first time in a very, very long time, I wished I was interested in sex. The idea of being loved by her and Sable made me smile, but they loved me as I was, and maybe that was better. We are arriving now, the driver said, and I looked up to see the buildings of Washington around us. Time had flown as we talked and repaired tears in our relationship neither of us had even seen. The limo pulled into a parking garage and the 2 drivers, or handlers, had us out and me in a wheelchair with smooth efficiency. Before I knew it, I was being pushed through the halls of the Senate. People stopped to stare at us as we were escorted through. Joe, as always, was amazing to look at in black pumps, dark gray slacks, a vivid burgundy blouse, and a matching gray jacket. I was dressed up, but the clothes hung on me. I wore black leggings, ankle-high boots, a tunic in green and burgundy, and then a long black cardigan. If I stood up, the cardigan and tunic almost hit my knees. I still looked a bit disheveled, but that was because everything hung on me. It had looked much nicer when I was about 30 pounds heavier. Caroline stalked next to me for all the world death on 4 paws. Between the 2 of them, I'd have looked 2. We were scanned, badged, and then escorted into a large room. At the front, there was a long, curved piece of furniture that looked like a judge's bench for at least 15 people. Behind it was a gallery where even more people could sit. A small table sat in front of the curved area, with room for 4 people. I was looking around as they wheeled me in, and almost choked with surprise and worry when they placed me at the table and Joe in the chairs behind me. It was still relatively empty, leaving me looking around in confusion. What is going on? I stared at the female driver that had just placed me here.
This is where I was told to deliver you, ma'am. I'll be waiting for you outside when done.
She nodded at me and was gone. I craned my neck to stare at Joe, who just shrugged. It was nice to know she was as confused as I was. Caroline prowled around the table, then went underneath it.
I shall stay here for a while. Let others think you are alone. This smells of a trap.
I think you might be right. I fought back a sigh. I'd been ordered to appear for a Senate committee hearing, but other than saying it was about RIP response, there hadn't been any other information. Stephen let me know he'd been summoned too, but didn't have any other information. I spent my time people watching, and it was confusing. The upper gallery, obviously for people to watch the proceedings, had a stream of people coming in. They held things in their hands, and I saw at least 3 people with large stuffed cats. Joe, look. I nodded up to the gallery. What is all that? Joe turned around to look, her brow wrinkling as she studied the people packing the gallery.
Oh, it's your fans.
My what? I stared at her, not sure what she was talking about.
Cori, do you ever check social media?
Joe gave me an exasperated look. No. I mean, if I'm not working, I use my free time to go hiking or read the journals. I don't even remember if I have an account for most of them. I didn't mention I hated that everyone was fixated on looks or sex or conspiracy theories. Spending time with Caroline was much more fun. Joe gave a small laugh and shook her head.
Well, those are your fans, probably here to see you. I'm sure this was publicized, so they would have found out about it.
Do I need to do anything? I kept watching as the group of people kept growing and were glancing down at me. The gasps when they saw me and instant chatter with their associates told me all the conversation was about me. Leave? Otherwise, don't worry about it. Joe didn't seem to find this odd, but it made my skin crawl. I kept glancing at them when someone else approached the table I was at.
Oh, good, you're here.
Yolanda's voice interrupted my musings.
I hope you are ready for the questions they'll ask.
She fussed, putting her phone and notebook on the other end of the table from where I was. And what would those be?
About the Herald of Magic and why you haven't solved this problem yet, not to mention the problems with closing rips.
She sneered at me as she settled down in her seat. A cold, churning pool of acid started up in my stomach. Herald of Magic? I said slowly. I tried to think. Had that ever been said in public? Around people we didn't trust? For the life of me, I couldn't think of anything or anyone that would have spread that. Besides which, who would have taken a comment about me being the Herald of Magic seriously? I stewed in a mix of worry and confusion until Stephen showed up. He settled in next to me.
You still look like a torture victim, though seeing you out of the bed is an improvement.
Yeah, well, helping Tia Tang and then talking to Bob really did knock me for a loop. You have any more information about this?
Not really. Seems to have come about suddenly, and I have no idea what caused it.
He admitted. He had his laptop and a notebook with pens on the table.
We'll just have to see what happens.
The 4th person in our little group was the military general that had been at a surprise symposium last year, the one I'd been yanked from when Hisahito had not shown up to a council meeting. He nodded at us with a grunt, then sat down, looking very stiff. This is going to be a fun meeting, isn't it? I asked softly.
Only if your definition of fun is having teeth pulled without Novocaine.
Stephen replied back. I snickered while we waited for the rest of the hearing committee to be assembled. Chapter 28. All bands with spirit mages need to be reviewed for spells laden into the music, declares a music reviewer. Sparky Adams swears that has to be a level of persuasion magic or some sort of compulsion. There is no way Don't Worry, Be Zappy could be as popular as it is without magic being involved. Even my daughter likes it, and she hates everything. Mr. Adams is calling for a review of the laws about mages and music. CNN Mage Focus. We must have been earlier than I thought, or people didn't move as fast as I expected. What I found fascinating was neither Stephen nor Yolanda asked me where Caroline was. I could feel him rumbling under my feet, and it kept me anchored and less anxious than I would have been otherwise. It also meant we didn't get the constant freak-out that newcomers seemed to have around him. Idiots. If they understood what he could and would do, they would have been attempting to bribe him nonstop. I'd watched the round bench fill up with people. None of them mages, of course. The only mage I could see was the person recording this, a type of court reporter per Alexand. I'm going to move a bit. Stay there, but I'd like to see the others with me, without craning my neck. I told Caroline. I maneuvered the wheelchair so I was at a slight angle. It let me see at least some expressions and body language of the other victims up here with me. A podium stood off to one side, and two people stood there. They were mages. Based on the tattoos, the one dressed in a dark navy suit was a spirit mage, strong in soul. I'd lay money that was a truth sensor. But then, how did the elected officials get away with all the lying they did? When it seemed like no more people were streaming in, though a quick glance behind me revealed a gallery packed like sardines, one of the mages stepped out to the podium.
Attention. This investigative hearing is being called to order.
He went through a bunch of formal things, such as having us swear to answer all questions to the best of our ability, listing all the senators peering down at us with expressions ranging from curiosity to disdain. After completing all the formalities, the man spoke again from the podium.
The chair for this hearing is Senator John Williams. Begin your opening statements.
He stood at the podium, waiting. The man in the middle of the curved station was in his 60s, with reading glasses, thinning gray hair, and a florid face. He needed to watch his drinking, given the number of broken capillaries alongside his nose and spreading across his cheeks.
This is an investigative hearing into the tears occurring between the magical planes and Earth, as well as the dismal response to it. First, we call on Stephen Alexand to explain.
He looked up, his eyes locked on Alexand. I had to fight with my internal desires. The idea of rolling my eyes and storming out poked at me. But right now, I'd get a lot more goodwill using honey instead of vinegar. I wasn't ready to become public enemy number one. I also didn't know how long I'd be able to control my tongue.
Senator,
Stephen said, his voice a cool rebuke to the sneer that had been present in the senators.
What would you like me to explain?
Exactly why you haven't stopped these rips from appearing? The senator snapped, and I caught the flicker of surprise on Stephen's face.
Because that is something I don't have any ability to do.
Every eye on the bench darted to the man in navy who nodded once. Frowns creased multiple brows. Senator Williams glared at him.
You have mages in the draft at your disposal. You have the military at your disposal. You have the right to reactivate any mage you want. You are telling me you still don't have the tools you need to stop these rips?
That is what I'm telling you. Stephen kept his voice neutral, but I could see his knuckles whitening around the pen in his hand. The senator flipped through some paperwork in front of him.
Interesting. General Stone, you had reported the other countries are firing missiles into these rips, and it appears to be working. Why aren't we?
The general's spine stiffened.
Senator, we have been investigating that, but unless the rip occurs in a place where we have that type of equipment, it isn't feasible. We haven't had a land war in literally centuries, and we don't have the same variety of offensive weapons. Those that we do have are not as mobile as you might expect. Even something like tanks only exist in about 5 bases in the United States. While we can deploy them, tanks don't move very fast and are gas hogs. Unless the rip occurs within a range of about 30 miles, by the time we could get equipment in position, either the rip has been closed, or the casualties would be so high that waiting for us would have been a mistake. The possibility of aircraft is there, but targeting doesn't work on a rip. Just the general area. And if we are off by even a degree, we would be destroying civilian homes or cities.
He spoke every word in a hard, flat voice, and I had the feeling he'd been getting hit with this a lot. I almost felt sorry for him. I see. You are saying your military isn't responsive enough. He sneered at us, peering over his readers. I got the image of a teacher peering down at a recalcitrant child. My temper bubbled.
No, I am saying our military is not designed for waging battles in this manner. We are adapting as fast as we can. But no matter what, especially given the process funding requires, we are looking at 1 to 2 years to implement the capabilities you are suggesting, and even another year to get them stationed in multiple areas. Even then, some areas are not easily accessible to the reactive weapons you were talking about, though we are working on getting more of our smaller squads outfitted with grenade launchers, given the information that was relayed to us last week.
The bench exploded into murmurs as people covered their microphones and talked to each other. After a full minute of chattering to other people, Senator Williams turned and looked back up at us.
Then that leaves us with the mages. Director Alexand and Deputy Regalio. Have the mages not been working as they are expected to?
Neither Stephen nor Yolanda looked at each other, but I could see their bodies twitch as they wanted to conference to make sure their answers coincided. When neither of them spoke first, Stephen gave off a barely audible sigh and leaned forward.
We are working to increase our effectiveness. While we have multiple mages, our rapid response teams have managed to close most level 4 and lower rips in under 30 minutes. Research-wise, we haven't learned much that we didn't already know. The only stable rips have always been the ones at Area 51, and the Olmo has the information locked down. Deputy Regalio is the coordinator for the level 5 rips. She ensures the most powerful groups get to those to close them. She has priority levels and determines who to activate and how to get them there.
There were a few scoffs that traveled past the little wall, but the man in the middle didn't glance up, still staring down. Something caught my eye and I turned. There, at the far side of the curved station, in the row of seats behind the people at the front, was Senator Perry. Most of the glare she focused on our little table was centered on Stephen and me. I frowned. I'd almost forgotten about her and the debacle of reactivating me. It surprised me she was still here, but not that much. I hadn't bothered to pay any attention to the fallout of that meeting. I'd been busy dealing with more important things than her.
I see. And how has that been going, Deputy Regalio?
He lifted his head to give her a look. I got the feeling he was expecting her to be trembling. To my delight, and it made me like her much more, she arched an eyebrow. It has been going about how we expected. Do you want numbers? The senator frowned.
What do you mean, how we expected?
Yolanda shrugged. We knew sending mages to deal with events for which they had no training were something most of that population had never encountered, and would have unique challenges every time, would result in a large number of failures. It has resulted in these closure rates. She paused to glance at her paper. 65% of them were closed by the first team to respond. 25% required 2 teams. 10% required 3 teams. The last 10% were all closed by the various emergency response teams. A toothy smile crossed his face, and I watched as most of the people in the gallery behind him leaned forward like sharks scenting blood in the water. Ah, yes, your response teams. Let's talk about it. What is the team, and who comprises it? I have 5 groups. Most of them are Merlins that volunteer to be reactivated. They are positioned in major cities across the United States. We use helicopters or small jets to respond to level 5 rips for most of them. She was calm, but at this point I was waiting for what would come. I should have brought food to eat. Really? You said most. Who doesn't that include? I could see Yolanda sigh. Merlin, Cori Munroe is a last resort that is sent out on rips that have resisted multiple teams or where danger is imminent. Her voice remained cool and collected, but I could see the tension in her shoulders. I see. If she is so good at closing rips, why aren't you sending her to all of them? I could see her getting ready to walk through all of it and the problems that involved, but I'd been thinking about this, and I'd always thought this hearing was a modern-day witch hunt since the moment I heard the word Herald called out. All of this struck me as ridiculous, and wasted time and energy I literally did not have. Not if I was going to be capable of pulling a miracle out of my ass later. So I answered. Because I refused. The sound of my words acted like a silencing spell. I had to fight not to laugh as half the place went still in shock. Maybe it was my arrogance, or what I said. Senator Williams turned his supercilious look toward me. I see. And you are this Merlin? Last time I checked. I just smiled, as if none of this bothered me. In truth, it didn't. Nothing they did could measure up to talking to Bob. I really need to get better criteria in my life for what qualifies as stressful. I believe your draft was reactivated, and yet you are denying orders from your superior officer? His smooth voice tried hard to convey reasonability. No, I'm informing the deputy when I have surpassed my ability to close rips without there being a cost beyond what I'm willing to offer. I knew my bald head had some people's attention, but the cardigan and the wheelchair hid most of the physical damage. I wasn't even sure the people in front of me realized I was in a wheelchair. Table drapes mostly covered my legs, but I knew the fan section in the gallery behind me was all too aware. Jo had been whispering updates from my fan pages. She followed all of them, apparently. Another person leaned forward to their microphone. A woman. They had introduced everyone at the beginning, but I glazed over on the names. Just too many to remember, and I didn't care. Does this mean you are too good to be a little uncomfortable to save lives, property, infrastructure? Her voice was snide. How much is a 5'6" woman supposed to weigh? I countered. What? She looked at me, her brows furrowed. I believe the Army has 5'6" at around 145 pounds for a woman. With a soft grunt, I pushed the wheelchair back from the table and stood up. I pulled off the cardigan and put it on the chair. Then, my eyes still locked on the gaggle of idiots, I walked around the desk. I currently weigh about 109 pounds. I've resorted to offering up blood for the last few times I've been called. I've stripped my hair, my nails, my skin. When I'm healthier, I strip my uterine lining, but I've offered so much my period has stopped. I've even offered eggs. Right now, I refuse unless there is imminent danger to lives. Because if what I have left to offer is squandered, and I'm rendered incapable, then something tragic might occur. You have other options. Everyone in the room hung on my words, their eyes locked on my all-too-gaunt form. Cori, Cori, Cori. A low chant filled the room behind me, and I could see people flicking their eyes up to the public gallery behind me. I just enjoyed the feeling of not being hated by everyone. And here I thought you were powerful. The Herald of Magic. Senator Williams managed not to sound contemptuous. Barely. I am powerful. I'm also smart about how I use my powers. The other mages are getting better. learning to approach the problems differently. I turned to sit back down. And the Herald of Magic. I stiffened, but continued to sit back down in the wheelchair. After I was comfortable, I looked up at them. What about it? Are you the Herald? The words were soft, waiting. I checked out the responses from other senators. Most of them seemed clueless based on the confused looks they gave him. The truth censor stared at me, waiting. That is what others have called me, I said after a few seconds. A minute nod. It was an interesting setup. I wondered if he was there when they were only talking among themselves. The desire to see if they employed a truth censor in the Senate chambers made my fingers twitch, but I just watched them. Are you the Herald? The attack came out like an accusation. I tilted my head and shrugged. If I am or not, many believe that I am, so I'm not sure it matters. He sneered down at me. I don't believe for a second you are some magical savior sent to fix this. But if you are this Herald, why haven't you fixed this issue? At this rate, I'd be having this conversation in my dreams. Because I don't know how. If I did, it would already be fixed. You got this, Cori! We believe in you! You can do it! I twitched, trying not to turn around, and stared at whomever was back there yelling this. It was quickly becoming a chant. We believe in Cori. More than one senator was watching them with a vaguely horrified look on their face. I still didn't know what to think. Try harder, another senator snapped. My temper began to simmer. What do you think I'm doing? Did you actually look at me? I'm at the point where I can't walk. The penalties for refusing the draft are harsh, someone commented. Yeah, you might kill me. If I continue like I've been, I'm dead anyhow. Would you like to try another threat? My anger was spiking hard. I was starting to wonder if I'd make it through this without losing it. Only the fact that I was so low in offering prevented me from doing something really flashy and showy. We can hold you in contempt, he warned. Go for it. That means I'm in jail and won't be at your beck and call to close rips. Can you handle the outcry? I fired back, not missing a beat. Leave her alone. Can't you see she's trying? What are you doing? We don't see you out there trying to deal with this. The noise behind me was incredible, and I managed to keep the smirk off my face, but it was hard. This isn't a game, Senator Williams roared, though at me or at them, that part was a toss-up. Our constituents are being killed, buildings destroyed, profits derailed, contributors threatening not to finance your election campaign, and people realizing you don't actually do anything. I responded. Half the people in the room were staring at me, even Stephen. Young woman, someone older and in a horrible suit started to snarl. No, I said and raised a hand. I am risking death every time I go out. I am trying very hard to stop all of this. If I am or am not the Herald, I am still a mage trying my best to do what is right. You can't threaten me into trying harder. You can't offer anything to help me do this, and you have zero idea what is involved in closing these rips. They spluttered and looked at each other. I sighed. Behind me, people were stomping their feet and shouting, "Let her be," over and over. The noise was loud enough, I just wanted to cover my ears. Order! If we do not get order, this hearing will be closed. Let her be! Let her be! Let her be! The chant was all I could hear, and I didn't know if I should laugh or groan. Cori Munroe! The senator roared out over the noise of my fans. I tilted my head as if I was listening to him. You will figure out how to deal with these rips and resolve them. I sighed, though it was lost in the racket my fans were making. And if I don't? He glared at me. I just smiled. Hearing is closed! His bellow barely made it over the stomping and chanting of the viewing gallery. Their chant had changed a bit. Let the Herald be! "Let the Herald be! Let the Herald be!" Between that, the fact that none of us they were trying to interrogate even blinked at their questions, there was a large subsection of senators that looked about ready to blow a gasket. "Caroline, want to show off a little?"
Always.
"Open a rip in the middle. Make it showy." I turned and beckoned Joe to me. "Just push through the rip. Trust me." She arched a brow, but shrugged. Caroline came out from under the table, and my watchers went crazy. The screams from my calf made their attention to me seem like nothing, and the bribery. They were yelling and offering him so much stuff to come be their familiar. If he could be permanently bought, that might have swayed him. A large rip opened up with the accompanying jab in my mind, rather than his normal ones, which were usually just tall enough for me if I ducked a bit going through. This one was huge, hitting the ceiling, flaring at the edges with magic. Everyone screamed, fear this time. I waved to the people behind me, and Joe pushed me into it amid the pandemonium. I caught a glimpse of Stephen, caught between rolling his eyes and coming with us. I just laughed to myself and let Joe push me home. Chapter 29. Thank you everyone that showed up to support the marvelous Cori against the government that is trying to cut her down. We strongly believe our presence in the room helped them see how much we support her. As a reminder, you are not to send presents to her. She has stated often that she doesn't need anything and would prefer we support other charities. This week's Walk with Caroline is being done to support the food bank in Albany. Sign-ups are available on the website. See you soon! Email from the Marvelous Cori fan group. Joe and Sable entertained themselves by reading me blurbs and comments from the fan pages every time they saw me. I just groaned, but I paid a bit more attention to my fan pages and the comments on them. I, for one, still couldn't figure out the comments about me being the Herald, not to mention trying to deduce who might have told the government that tidbit, much less who they would have believed. The bright side of all of this was the social media and news backlash had been severe. Pictures of me working with smog to stop the lava flow, the aftermath of St. Louis with some camera images of me struggling, and a few that hadn't been as drastic received millions of shares. My public email address had so many emails the server overloaded. I got more random gifts than I knew what to do with. In reality, all I wanted to do was go hide. A week had passed since the Senate hearing. I was finally walking from my house to the Tudor house without being exhausted by the time I reached it, and I'd gained 5 pounds. I still received regular updates from Shay regarding the library, but no one had found any answers. On the bright side, Tursane and the others started creating barren pocket realms to dump magic into. It had the side effect of pulling magic from oversaturated areas. In the last 4 days, only 2 rips were reported, which helped lower my stress levels, but I knew it wouldn't last forever. From what Seatlali said, creating the barren pocket realms took a significant effort. It had taken 2 days before any of the lords had regained consciousness. Or at least, with chaos, it had been 2 days before Bob responded to anyone. Tursane didn't rouse for 3 days. That meant they wouldn't be able to create them very often. It left me still with no direction, and that was enough to drive me crazy. I'd taken to reviewing James's notebooks, looking for something wild and crazy to try. So far, nothing had jumped out at me.
Cori, are you free? There are beings that wish to speak with you.
Caroline's voice pulled me out of my fugue state. I'd been just staring at the journal in my hands, sorting through ideas of something else crazy to do. Sure. I closed the book and craned my head to see him standing in the office doorway. What's up?
Not here. Come.
I rose and slipped on shoes. Do I need to change clothes?
No, this is just a discussion. There should not be any action required.
I stared at him for a minute, then shrugged. Sure. He opened a rip and stepped through. I followed him to an area that seemed familiar. Isn't this the area in order where they were offering children to magic? That was why I owed Salastra so many favors. Even now I winced when I thought about my arrogance. When I heard offered to magic, I assumed sacrifice. In reality, it had been closer to a baptism. I needed to learn more from my own mistakes.
Yes, come.
He led me through the portal of stone into the plaza. The altar was gone, and it remained the same with paving stones and walls, but this time it brimmed with creatures. I almost tripped over my own feet looking at the gathered beings. I'd never seen such a variety in one place.
Here, sit.
Caroline guided me to a bench on a small dais. I fell onto the bench, still staring. There were Chitarians, Alarez, bar guests like Dolly, a few Cath, smaller felines, phoenix, quetzos, a variety of beings that I struggled to wrap my head around. I frowned. Sure, I'd see Elzeba, but the mass of fur, feather, and scales didn't stay still long enough for me to be sure.
She is here. Settle down.
Caroline's voice rang in my mind, and I winced, but the constant movement slowed. What is going on? I asked as I looked out at the sea of creatures. There had to be a few thousand here, maybe more. I couldn't make out the various types of beings that I could sense. A familiar figure flew up from the milling beans, and then over to me, landing on the steps to the dais. Georgaz, I said, smiling, though I still had no idea what was going on. Cori. Caroline, thank you. The phoenix nodded to Caroline, who had taken up a pose next to me, ensuring he was close enough to me to react, but not so close that it might hamper him from moving. Though what he thought he needed to protect me from, I had no idea. All of their eyes were locked on me, and I had to fight not to shift under the weight of their stares. So, what's up? Georgaz flapped his wings, and a perch rose out of the stone. Much better. He gazed out at the sea of creatures, then back at me. Cori Munroe, I am sure this is a surprise, but we need to talk to you. I tensed up at the use of my full name and managed to not glance over at Caroline. Okay, who is we? I could see all the beings here, but that didn't really tell me anything, and the variety was astonishing. There were so many more types than I even knew the names for. Georgaz waved his wing to encompass the area. We are some of the familiars for humans. We gathered here to talk to you. I stared again at the sea of creatures and nodded even as I didn't look away from them. Talk to me about what? Please don't let there be another problem I need to solve. I whispered that in my mind as Georgaz puffed up, then settled back down. We have tried to warn the Council for years that humans possess the capability to damage the realms, but compared to most of the Council members, the majority of us are what you would regard as fragile or low magic. I couldn't help it. My eyes darted to Caroline. Once he'd passed about 5 months old, no one could have called him fragile. Georgaz warbled at a laugh. No, not the Cath, or the Alarez, or even the bar guests. But me, the Chitarian, the Quetzos, all of them are easy to damage or kill, especially if attacked by our humans. And we all know that consistency when it comes to humans is not the norm. I bobbed my head in agreement. I'd been on enough 911 calls to know something could go from simple to insane in a split second. The Lords should have reacted and been prepared for what humanity could do, but know that we believe and are all too aware of the devastation humans can cause. I wanted to wrap them all in hugs. It's okay. They did not want to believe me either. Some people you need to just let them learn the hard way. It felt good to know others had known this was possible, but it didn't really change anything. It is our fault the humans know you are the Herald, Jorgas sounded oddly formal. What? How? I am speaking for many, but some of us told our humans that the Herald was coming, that the Herald of Magic would save us and stop the rips. Most did not believe us, but some did, and their reactions were not what we would have expected. They panicked and went to your governments, and eventually it made it up to the blind ones, starting all of this. His feathers drooped as he talked, and his fiery colors dimmed. Ah, I said, a light coming on. Someone or multiple someones told them about the Herald and that it was me, and one of them was a bigger jerk than they realized and let the Senate and others know. That at least makes sense. I couldn't figure it out. Now it was my turn to sag a bit. That puzzle had been driving me crazy. You are not angry at us? The words contained a strange hum, as if multiple creatures were sending it simultaneously, but unwilling to directly say it to me. No? Why would I be mad? People are idiots, and even if someone told their mage thinking something would happen, it wasn't anything they could control. Besides, it isn't a secret. It just isn't anything most humans would believe. They would laugh and assume you were talking in hyperbole, or that you had misunderstood. I mean, I'm almost more impressed any of the mages took you seriously. It is an issue. Many of our mages assume we are no more intelligent than children. You are different. Jorgas was almost humming as he spoke. I rolled my eyes. Nope, I just treat people like people. It isn't that hard. So, is that all? Finding out this helped a bit, but it didn't change anything in the long run, and I didn't know what they wanted from me. They wanted you to know that if you need them, you can call on them. They will bring mages to you or other things you might need. That had me jerking upright. Wait, all of you can open Rip's home, right? Can you do it to the crossroads and then to another focus, or to me? Jorgas turned to look at the sea of creatures, and the background hum intensified to an almost physical level. I turned my head to look at Caroline, who had his ears down and eyes slitted. Caroline, are you okay? I scratched the top of his head as I waited for an answer.
Yes, they are loud and discordant.
His reply was curt, but he sent an image of kids screaming in a play area. I managed to stifle my laugh.
The consensus is yes. Not all of us, but most could. It is the biggest thing we have always hidden from mages. Humans do not react well to discovering that we can do that.
The words were weighted oddly, and my memory flashed to what he was implying. No, I believe you are right. If they are not someone you can trust implicitly, you should not let them know. And I'm not talking trust them with your life, but everyone's. I bit my lip a bit and started to talk, thinking out loud. What I would need is to know what mage is available with a familiar that Caroline could grab. But no, there are too many countries. I can't take them from other places. I'm still worried about the cost to other countries. I fell silent, thinking it all through, my hand still petting Caroline as it kept me grounded and calm. I took a deep breath, then sighed. I thank you for the offer, and if I can think of anything I will ask, but right now the risks are too great for too little value. I would say help your mages as much as possible so that they can close the rips quickly. Let others know if you see something that works better, or if there are new dangers we should prepare for. Mostly just try to help. There are people fighting this globally, not just me. If you can share info that others can learn. I trailed off and grinned as it occurred to me. That's it. You can share information regardless of language or political barriers. Share information. My grin got even larger. Ericina, are you here? The Chitarian bounced across heads until she reached the steps. Yes. You are a pattern weaver. Help Charles create new patterns. Gather all the information from the familiars and let Charles use it. Process it. That will help more than anything else ever could. Information. There were excited sounds, and it reminded me of people being told how they could assist in an emergency. One other question, I said as something else occurred to me. If you know of anything regarding how the undoing happened, or where we might look, please let me know. I have zero idea what to do next, and even the library isn't helping. There was another chitter of response. Then the familiars started to disappear one by one. Thank you, Jorgas. Let me know of anything or if they need something. I paused. Do you have the ability to leave your mage if they hurt you? I mean, familiars in general? Caroline, Jorgas, and Ericina all seemed to avoid looking at me. Ericina's way of doing that was the oddest, as she turned completely around, her eyes all facing away from me. What? Fear wrapped me. Would something bad happen to Caroline? No, we talked about this. So what was it?
You can,
Caroline said, though he wouldn't look at me.
But it is a great mark of shame and failure that you have poor judgment. It is unlikely any other denizen will ever trust you again. Many would rather die than return with people knowing they left their mage, no matter how bad the abuse.
I stared at them, then asked, so why don't they kill them? I mean, their mage would be dead, they could return home, and there is no way for human authorities to find them, much less punish them. And I don't see how any other denizen would know that is how the mage died. All three of them whipped around to stare at me. Horrified is an odd expression on a cat and a bird. Ericina just curled up with all her legs under her and rocked.
Kill your mage? My queen?
Caroline sounded like he was choking. What? It never occurred to any of you? Humans can be awful. If a familiar found themselves in a bad place, why not kill the mage and then go home? The mage having tragically died? I wasn't sure what the issue was. A familiar couldn't press charges against their mage in either world. If they had to protect themselves, why not make sure that person couldn't hurt anyone else ever again? They sputtered at me, unable to even form coherent responses. I shook my head. I'm just saying, if leaving a mage is that bad, and the abuse makes leaving the mage the only option, why not kill that mage? I rubbed my temples. I can't believe I'm condoning murder, but I don't know of any recourse a familiar has. Just saying, it is an option. None of them reacted, and I sighed. Come on, Caroline, we should go, and I need to call Charles and warn him about the deluge of data about to hit him. Chapter 30. In 1963, President Kennedy set up Executive Order 11,119, requiring all Merlin-level mages to serve a decade. This was sparked by outcries by other mages, who were running themselves dry to do what a Merlin could do without a thought. There was a push that if you were that powerful, you owed society more time. Kennedy agreed and signed the executive order. History of Magic. The familiars refused to talk about the idea of killing their mage. Given their reactions, I was relieved I hadn't said it to the familiars that had gathered to speak to me. But I wondered what, or if things would change. The blind spots we all had amazed me sometimes, though I had my own collection of them. Charles was ecstatic about the amount of data he was getting. He promised to let me know when he had any information. I reminded him to let Stephen know if new techniques appeared that were working elsewhere. Other than that, I sat and ate and tried to figure out what to do. I need to go into a rip, I said while Caroline and I were in my study. There were books piled around me. I read the one from Brashira twice, and while the book held interesting tidbits, he talked very little about his parents.
You go into rips all the time.
Caroline was making sure his pelt was perfect. I know, but I need to go into one of the tears that are forming spontaneously. See if I can close it from the other side. He stilled, ears flicking back, then forward.
That is exceedingly dangerous.
Maybe, but I'm thinking if I can get Shay and Seatlale to come with me, we can explore it. See if there is evidence as to what caused the rip. Maybe new insights for closing them. I'd figured since doing it from the outside wasn't working well, maybe from the inside would. He went back to grooming without responding. Is that a yes? Will you help? Caroline would refuse to do something if he thought I would be at too much risk, and this might be pushing his comfort levels. Unfortunately, I didn't see much else I could try.
Depends. If lava is involved, absolutely not. We are not salamanders or jinn.
His voice was hard. Agreed. Only one where I'm pretty sure we will survive. I'm not trying to get myself killed. I just want to see if we can do something from the other side a bit easier. He shifted to his hind leg, which I was going to take as tacit agreement. I checked the time. It was still early. Hopefully both of them were still at home. I called Citlali first. "Hello, Cori," she said in her calm tones. The woman should record books to help you meditate. Her voice was that soothing. "Is there an issue?" "Always, you know that. Let me grab Shay. That way I only need to discuss this once." I put her on hold and called Shay. "I'm still drinking my coffee. I do not deal with emergencies prior to my first cup." I couldn't help the chuckle as I agreed with him. No emergencies. Let me pull in Citlali. A moment later, they were both on the call. Okay, here is the thought. The next rip I get called out to seal, I want to grab you two, and if it isn't chaos, whoever the lord of that realm is, and step through. They both choked. Stepping into wild rips was dangerous. Lava wasn't the major danger. You just never knew where you would end up. It could be the ocean, a desert, a place where magic ran wild. As best any of them had been able to explain to me, there were areas where magic was still creating, and no one had dominion over them. Tursane, Salastra, Esmir, the others were all powerful because they controlled so much area. I tried to nail Esmir down one time, and as best as she could figure, it was thousands of square miles. She told me she could run for 3 days, sleeping at night, before she hit the edges of her controlled territory. She preferred her savannas, but she had jungles, rivers, even lakes that were part of what she kept regulated and let all the creatures live. "Why not chaos? And do what?" Shay squeezed out. "See if it is easier to close from that end? I don't know, but it is literally the only thing I haven't tried. If there are any other options, I'm unaware of them. And if it is in chaos, Caroline should be able to guide us well enough." There was silence, except for Shay sipping on his coffee. "Kessis says yes. It should be interesting. Maybe we will find new, unexplored areas." Citlali responded after a minute. "She sounds much more enthusiastic than Caroline. I had to promise only a rip that looked like it was moderately safe." I admitted, settling back into my chair. I had chocolate with cream and sugar. I'd already had 2 cups of coffee and needed more than just caffeine. "Do I want to know what he regarded as unsafe?" Shay asked, sounding weary. "Lava, ocean, deadly things." "I'm getting way too old for this stuff. You should have told me you needed a young Scott Randolph. This is not politics, this is adventuring. Why couldn't this have happened 30 years ago? That would have been right up my alley." Shay's muttering made me smile. He was still very fit, and if anything, it had revitalized him, though the circles under his eyes weren't a good look. "Okay, then I'll let you know when I grab one. Just keep close nearby. Usually I'm up and out in less than 10 minutes. I warned. While I had zero doubt Citlali could do that, Shay might need a bit of prodding. "Why does that feel like a disparagement directed at me?" He huffed. "I'll be there. Now go. I want to finish getting caffeinated and Sloan is making me breakfast." He hung up with that. I laughed, said goodbye to Citlali, and hung up. Then I dialed Yolanda. "Yes, Merlin Monroe?" Her voice wasn't friendly, but neither was it rude. I'd take it. Call me for the next level 5 you get. I have a new option I want to try. Can others do it? You look like hell Monday. I was planning on calling 911 if you fell. Her voice was sharp and direct. No sympathy, just someone dealing with resources. Oh, I'm getting better. I can function without a wheelchair, but the walk through airports and the Capitol building would have knocked me out. Mostly it was so I could talk without being beyond exhausted. She snorted. You should have seen the pandemonium after you left. It amused me. I'll call. It has been quiet of late, so I'm hopeful. Always. Thanks. I hung up and looked at Caroline, who had laid back to stretch. You know, I'd rather spend my life hiking and exploring the world with you, right? He huffed and stood up.
I chose a queen. They do not live boring lives. If I wanted something boring, I would have followed my siblings.
Caroline walked over and rubbed against my hand.
That does not mean I enjoy seeing you putting yourself at risk.
I know. I'd rather be in the mountains hiking too. I stared at the useless books. I thought of something after talking to Bob. I said idly,
Before or after you passed out from pain?
His voice was bitter. Before, actually. I just didn't remember the thought until now. The gift I gave Tursane. She said it was of a sea serpent, one so old his thoughts were uncomfortable. She had no idea how James got a hold of it. What if there is something on that one? Or one of the other stones he has that contains information about Atlantis? Or maybe the Undoing? His ears twitched back and forth in thought.
That is possible. There are many memory stones that are only historical, that people have kept as mementos. Esmir has multiples. We tend to regard them as just family history, nothing important.
His words were slow as he thought them through. I tamped down hard on the hope that spurted up in my chest. The odds were nothing would come of this, but if it was possible... I'll ask Freya to send out a notice. It might trigger something. Caroline nodded.
You do realize no one is purposefully not helping, or at least most of us aren't. We just don't live in the past as much as humans do. This isn't things we think of often. I have listened to my great Malkin stories, but it never occurred to me they would be of any use in something like this. Even the old songs. They are...
He trailed off, trying to explain. I got up and kissed the top of his furry head. I get it. They are like antique photos. You look at them and go, oh, cool. But unless something grabs you, they aren't something you pay attention to or remember. It's okay. But now that we are thinking about it, let's not let it slip. There was no time like the present, so I pinged Freya. The last time she had visited, I got her address, for lack of a better word. Freya, do you have a minute? While I waited, I headed downstairs to find something to munch on. When all of this was over, I was going to have to relearn how to eat. Butterball wasn't a body shape I wanted. A snicker escaped me as I headed to the kitchen. Most people didn't complain about being encouraged to eat as much as possible. Yes, Lord Cori, Freya responded into my mind. I rocked back a bit. She didn't yell, but the power in her voice was a bit intense. Freya! I frantically wondered if she had a title I was supposed to use. Oh well, too late now. I had an idea about memory stones. Could you place a request to all in the realms to review all their memory stones, especially those that are older, and see if there is any mention of Atlantis or the Undoing? There might be old memories that you never think of that contain the information we need. That I need. There was a long pause. That can be done. Valkyrie don't use the memory stones. We have our scrolls, and those were gone through quite thoroughly. But as for other beings, that is not always true. Many of them are regarded as amusements, not things with information. Yes, I will spread the word, though asking Jorgaz might be almost faster. I frowned at her words. though the refrigerator took the brunt of my confusion. Why Georgas? Another pause, then a tinkle of laughter washed through my mind. Truly, do you not know? Know what? By this point, I'd closed the refrigerator door. Nothing looked good, and I stood staring at the ceiling. Georgas is the gossip of the familiars, and the bard for most of the realms. The amusement in her voice grabbed my attention more than anything else. What? I don't understand. Georgas visits almost everyone. He loves to share news and tidbits and make sure everyone knows what happens at the council meetings. That is why he is usually there, though hiding up in the gallery. He is the one that will bring issues to the lords. It was one of the reasons Brix had so many issues with his presence. I won't say he's loved by all, but he is respected and we need his chattiness. I just stared at the refrigerator, reassessing every interaction with Georgas and his desire to chat and tell me bits of information. I had thought it was just with James. Wait, he was a chick because he had his burning day not long after James died. How could he have done that? That was his job, even with James. But it is also part of the reason the council had been in such a disarray. While he was a chick, no one stepped up to take his role. A touch of chagrin slipped into her voice. It is why Brix managed to get us to this state. The stuff I've uncovered. She sighed. But that is not your problem. I will put out the ask and let Georgas know to spread the word. Is there anything else? No, thank you. I had already turned to head back upstairs, climbing the moving stairs to speed up my ascension. She had faded from my mind by the time I hit my office, Caroline still lounging on the window seat. Did you know Georgas was like the gossip of the realms? Of course. Who else would navigate between all of them so easily? He didn't even lift his head. Birds are chatterboxes. I threw a pillow at him and sighed. Chapter 31. In a graphic scene, Cori Munroe was caught on film attacking a dragon in China while the military let her do it all by herself. You can see the blood from the uploaded phone video as Marilyn Monroe tortures the creature. Rumors are that it was later offered as a sacrifice to Empress Shishi herself. Magical Daily News. The stupid phone jerked me out of my sleep at 3 a.m. It took me a second to find it. The last few days I'd almost gotten enough sleep and my hair was half an inch. I really couldn't carry off bald well. Yeah, I answered, knowing Yolanda was on the other end. You wanted a level 5? I've got one. It opened up in Peoria. It's all but engulfed a bridge. I rubbed sleep out of my eyes, even as I dragged myself out of bed. At some point, I'd laid out the clothes I'd need if this happened, so I was dressing with the phone on speaker as she spoke. What does that mean, engulfed? There was a sigh on the other end, mixed with a yawn. I shared that sentiment. The rip is right across the Illinois Bridge. Like, literally. You can walk into the rip from the bridge, if you were that stupid. Since it happened in the wee hours of the morning, as far as I am aware, no one did. But there are creatures coming out. The Illinois State Police have a perimeter set up and are killing them as they come through, but this rip is huge. It looks like there is some sort of formation on the other side. I'm not quite sure. You don't look into rips, but it looks like some rock formation is slowly forming on the other side. She sounded unsure. Well, that works great for my plan. Let them know I'm coming, and I'll have guests. Oh, Merlin, please no more dragons. The emails and calls I got from that one still haven't stopped. Yolanda sounded a bit panicked. I enjoyed that more than I should have. Quit being a bitch. I pushed down my internal thoughts and responded. Well, it should be 2 humans and a fox along with Caroline. Worst case, another gorgon or unicorn. I said while trying not to laugh. I'll be there in 10 or so. I swear I should get hazard pay for dealing with you. You cause as much drama as you prevent. Whatever. Just let me know what is going on when you can. Yolanda hung up with nothing more than that. I took a minute to load up my backpack and get Caroline into his harness. This was one advantage of Joe and the kids being at the Tudor house. I didn't have to worry about waking them up. Hamadia?
Yes, Cori?
Her voice filled the house as I headed down the stairs. Let Joe and Sable know when they wake up where I went, please. But don't wake them up for this. I'll have Sitlali and Shay with me.
Very well. Do not be injured,
she said with her odd cadence.
I will wait.
Thanks. I put food and protein drinks in the bag while I made coffee. One for me, one for Shay. He would not be appreciative of this wake-up call. You ready, Caroline? I had the address on the phone and zoomed out the map so he could see where we needed to go. We popped into the gray crossroad, then a minute later stepped onto the bridge in Illinois, behind the cops. Please let Kessis know I'm here and go get Shay. Caroline scanned the cops, who were looking at me with wide eyes and fingers clenched on weapons. You're not allowed to be injured. I won't be. Go. I rubbed his ear as reassurance. He stepped away, and I walked over to the cops. Hi, I'm Cori Munroe. I was dispatched out here to see about this rip. I kept my voice light and lilting. They were already on edge, so me being arrogant wouldn't help. A man with 2 bars pinned to his collar came over to me. With skin the color of burnished mahogany, he had stress lines at the corner of his eyes and a grim look on his face.
You're going to close this?
That's the plan. What can you tell me? I continued to keep my voice light, and with a mug of coffee in each hand, I was pretty sure my frail frame and fuzzy head didn't present a threatening appearance. He scanned me, eyes lingering on my odd tattoo.
It opened about 2 hours ago. We know some of these just close again without any interference, so we set up barricades and set to monitor it. The other side just ends into air, as if the bridge stops. But on this side, you can see it goes on in.
I nodded, peering at the area. It was about 200 yards away, stretching across both sides of the bridge. This bridge had one section going north, then open air, then the next section going south. There were cops on both the north and southbound lanes, about 20 strong on each side, with rifles and shotguns. What does the other side look like? If Caroline was here, we could have moved over to look. I guess I could sidestep, but that took offerings I didn't want to spend. The man grunted, pulled out his phone, and called someone.
Paul, flip on video and show me the other side. Do a slow pan back and forth.
Yes, sir. He held the phone out to me, and I took a look. There were only 2 cop cars and barricades on each side over there. I could see people far behind watching, just like on this side. But he was right. The bridge just ended. It reminded me of the cartoons where they would erase part of the scenery. Everything was there, then it wasn't. That is oddly creepier than I expected. I handed the phone back to him.
You're telling me. Thanks, Paul.
He hung up.
Can you close it?
Maybe. I hated guaranteeing anything at this point. Right now, I'm waiting for some backup, and we are going to go check it out. What can you tell me about what is coming through? He jerked his head to the side and moved over to one of the edges. There, an animal lay, dead from gunshots, and I forced down a shudder. Most of the realm creatures were either from our various mythologies or very closely resembled animals on Earth. This was not one of those instances. It looked like a wolf mixed with an iguana, all teeth, scales, and muscle. If one of those had been running at me, I'd have had a heart attack. Do you know if anyone tried to talk to them? He gave me a long side-eye glance.
If screaming, "Go away, get out of here," counts as talking to them, yes. Otherwise, no.
I shrugged. Did they stop and go back in?
No, they attacked the cars. Luckily, no one was stupid enough to step out, so we've been killing them as they step through. have a mage or two, and they looked at the rip and let me know if it was way too big for them to close.
Yeah, I said, nodding. It's going to be a pain. I need to get closer to that.
Why?
He didn't quite grunt the word, but it was close. Trying to get more information to see if we can stop these. I'm tired of applying Band-Aids. I took a mouthful of coffee, the rich scent a nice balm to my spirit in the cool evening.
Come on, then.
He spun on his heel and started toward the rip.
Men, keep your eyes open, and for Merlin's sake, don't shoot us.
I fought back a snicker and followed him. We'd only made it a few steps when I felt a stab. Wait a moment. Backup is arriving. He halted to turn and look at me. I pivoted to see Kessis step out of a rip, with Seatlali right behind her. Seatlali looked like she'd been up for hours, had taken a shower, and everything. I might have hated her right then, as I was being forcefully reminded I hadn't taken the time to brush my teeth. A moment later, Caroline came out with Shay.
Really, Munroe? 3 a.m? You couldn't wait until 1 at a decent hour?
Shay was bitching the second he stepped out of the rip. Don't look at me. I had nothing to do with the timing of this, and I was woken up like you were. I handed him the coffee, which he grasped with both hands.
Really?
The amount of sarcasm in his voice made me pause.
You were awakened by a 300-pound cat standing on you and licking your nose. I'd like to point out I'm not used to opening my eyes to see a deadly predator inches from my face.
He all but snarled that last point, hands white around the tumbler. I glanced at Caroline, surprised.
I do not weigh 300 pounds. That would be fat. I was 185 last time I got on a scale, and it is all muscle.
Caroline sniffed, holding his head up in the air.
It felt like 300, and you have horrible fish breath.
Shay sniped back, but his focus had changed to the coffee. I fought back a laugh and took another mouthful of my coffee. Coffee breath had to be better than mouth funk. Morning, Seatlali. You two ready to see the other side? Yes, this should be interesting, she said with a calm smile. Though remember, I have roamed through the beast realms quite a bit.
No, I want to go back to bed.
Shay snapped back, but he was walking toward us and actually had clothes on to go hiking. Excellent. We are ready now, sir, I said, turning back to the officer. For his part, he gazed over all of us, his attention lingering on Caroline and Kessis.
Okay, it's on your heads.
I, for one, agree with him. Why are we doing this?
Shay managed not to whine, but it had a level of petulance to it. Because I have zero idea why magic is bursting out, and neither does anyone else. I mean, we know it is overloaded, but that doesn't really explain why it is ripping through or what could be done to mitigate it. This might give us some information. I narrowed my eyes at him, the cold night air and the odd level of quiet around us making my words ring louder than I would have preferred. So, unless you have some new information for us, I don't know what else to try. He hunched his shoulders and peered out from under his eyebrows in a glare. Really? I waved my hand at him. You're worse than me when I was 19. Shay dropped the attitude and stood up.
Ouch. Fine. He rolled his eyes. I'll go. But I want to point out I left a warm bed for this.
And I didn't? I moved and walked toward the rip. My left hand was still wrapped around the mug. It was one of my stainless steel ones. If needed, I could throw it. It hurt when it hit. At least, according to my toes.
I agree with Shay. We should all go back to our warm beds.
Caroline sat and stared at the rip.
The next one will be better.
Oh? Why would the next one be better?
Because it might not be chaos. We should not go into this one.
His tail was lashing back and forth as he stared at the rip. Is there any deadly environmental danger? I had zero desire to walk into lava or gas clouds.
No,
he admitted, his tail still lashing.
But chaos is always more unpredictable than the others.
We got this. 2 familiars, 3 Merlins. We can do this. I moved away from him to look at the stone that was indeed blocking the rip. It protruded out, grinding into the cement of the bridge. What is this? Sitlali and Shay had both come over to look at the stone with me. The two familiars were prowling back and forth, neither of them at all relaxed. That jacked my stress level and awareness up as well.
Huh,
Shay said, tilting his head.
I think I recognize this, but this rate of growth doesn't make sense.
He turned around and yelled back at the cops.
What time did the rip open?
12:04 a.m.,
someone yelled back. Shay knelt to look at the cement.
It looks like there is a 1-inch long scrape here in 2.5 hours?
He said after glancing at his watch. For us, it was almost 3:30 in the morning, but for Illinois, it was only 2:30.
What do you mean you recognize this?
Sitlali was leaning over him, peering at the stones.
Isn't it just rock? No, it's something we barely agree on how it works, and I thought it only existed in Romania.
Sitlali and I were both just staring at him.
I'm a geologist, remember? It is something called trovets. It is rock that grows and even gives birth to other rocks. But it grows like an inch or two a century, not an hour.
He stared at it a bit longer. Then a slow smile spread across his face.
If this is caused by magic, I've got a paper that is going to make the rest of those stick-in-the-muds choke on their own arrogance.